Retirement isn't in the cards for men like Sample. Not when powerful men are drawing lines on maps and killing anyone who stands on them. Cascades. A Western thriller of land, power, and blood on the frontier. Chapter 1. "You've been standing in front of my window for 20 minutes, the land office clerk said, "and you haven't come in." "I'm thinking about it," Sample said. "The rain is thinking about it too." The clerk held the door open. He had the precise, unhurried manner of a man who had been asked to manage things and had decided to manage everything, including this. "You'll think better dry." Sample came in off the boardwalk and took his hat off, and the clerk closed the door behind him with the careful click of someone who maintained things. The office smelled like lamp oil and damp paper, and the specific mineral sharpness of ink that had been used all day. 2 desks. A long counter separating the public side from the working side. Behind the counter, shelving ran floor to ceiling along 3 walls, packed with survey rolls and deed boxes, and the great accumulating archive of people claiming pieces of a valley they'd spent 5 months crossing a continent to reach. The clerk went back behind the counter and stood with his hands on the surface in the posture of a man ready to be useful. He had a round, careful face, clean-shaved, hair parted with geometric conviction down the center. His coat was good wool, and his collar was fresh, and Sample put his age at 45, and his time behind that counter at several years, long enough that the order of the shelves behind him was his order, the system his system, the whole apparatus of the office organized to the logic of one man's thinking. "Foster Breen," the clerk said, and extended his hand. Sample. He shook it. Breen's grip was firm and brief, the handshake of a man who had done it 10,000 times and found the efficient version. "What can I do for you, Mr. Sample?" "I'm with the party that came through in November. They filed claims south of town." "A number of parties came through in November." "The name?" "Creedmoor. Harlan Creedmoor. 320 acres on the South Tualatin Road." Breen moved along the counter to a ledger and opened it with the ease of someone who knew exactly where everything lived. He ran his finger down a column without hurrying. "Creedmoor. Filed November 19th. 320 acres, donation land claim, married applicant." He looked up. "Your name isn't on this filing, Mr. Sample." "No." "Are you representing the family?" "I'm asking after them." Breen looked at him for a moment with the polite, neutral attention of a man who had learned that patience was a professional requirement and had mastered it so thoroughly it had become his default. "The Creedmoor claim is in process," he said. "Standard review period. Nothing unusual." "How long does standard review take?" "For a straightforward claim, 6 to 8 weeks. This one was filed November 19th, so," he made a small calculation, "we'd expect resolution by mid-January." "And if it's not straightforward?" "Mr. Sample," Breen said with the warmth of someone who had de-escalated 1,000 conversations at this counter, "the Creedmoor filing looks clean to me. Good survey markers, clear boundaries, no conflicting prior claims that I've identified." Sample looked at him. Breen held it with the professionally pleasant face of a man who had nothing to hide and had decided that projecting this was the most efficient response to being looked at that way. "Thank you," Sample said, and put his hat back on and went out into the rain. Oregon City sat above the Willamette River on a basalt shelf that the river had been arguing with for 10,000 years and losing, the water brown and swollen with December, and moving with the authority of something that did not recognize obstacles, only obstacles in progress. The falls upstream roared at a register you felt in the chest before you heard it with the ears, a constant low vibration that the town had built itself around the way towns build around church bells, not noticing it after a while, but shaped by it. The mills ran on that sound. The whole economy of the place ran on it. You could not be in Oregon City for an hour without understanding that the river was the reason for everything, and that the river's opinion of the town's permanence had not been fully rendered. The rain came off the Coast Range in sheets that were not dramatic, not the thunderstorm rains of Kansas or the brief afternoon rains of high summer desert. This was a rain that had made a commitment. It fell straight and steady and gray from a sky the color of old pewter, and it had been falling when Sample arrived 3 weeks ago, and it had every intention of continuing through February. The boardwalks ran with it. The unpaved sections of street had gone to a red-brown mud that grabbed at boot heels and held on. The storefronts along Main Street had the particular dampened look of wood that had been wet for months, not rotting. The fur here was good wood, but darkened, every surface a shade deeper than it would be in summer, the whole town operating in a lower register of color and light. Sample walked it the way he'd been walking it for 3 weeks, slowly, on no particular schedule, reading the street the way you read terrain you intend to move through at speed later, when speed matters and reading becomes a luxury you've already spent. Oregon City was not a small town playing at being a real one. It had 2 stories on most of its commercial buildings, a newspaper that came out 3 times a week and had opinions about everything, a federal courthouse under construction on the hill above Main Street, with actual stone foundation work that said whoever was paying for it believed in the town's future. The hotel on the corner of Main and 7th was 4 stories and had a dining room with tablecloths. There was a lending library, 2 churches, a 3rd under framing, a doctor who had trained in Philadelphia and had the diplomas on the wall to say so, and who was busy enough that you waited a day for a non-emergency appointment. It was the largest place Sample had been since leaving Kansas, and it had the energy of a place that knew it was becoming something without being entirely sure what. He turned off Main and went down toward the river. The livery sat at the bottom of a cross street where the ground leveled before dropping to the riverbank, a long, low building of rough-sawn fir with a hay smell that cut through even the rain. Inside it was warm from the animals and dim from the small windows and loud with the sounds horses make when they are comfortable, the shifting of hooves on straw, the slow percussion of hay being worked, the occasional low exchange of breath between neighboring stalls. Calhoun Doss was in the 3rd stall from the left, working a brush along the flank of a gray mare with the measured, repetitive motion of a man doing something with his hands so his mind can do something else. He'd been at this livery for 2 weeks, mucking and feeding and exercising animals whose owners paid for the service, sleeping in the loft above, sending letters east at the post office on Thursdays, and picking up nothing in return on Fridays. He was good with the horses in the way that some people are good with things that require patience and don't require explaining yourself, naturally, without effort, without needing to be told twice about anything. He looked up when Sample came in. "Breen say anything?" Doss said. "He said the Creedmoor claim is in process and looks clean and review takes 6 to 8 weeks. Doss went back to the brush. The gray mare shifted her weight and resettled. "You believe him?" "About the claim looking clean, probably. About 6 to 8 weeks, I don't know." "What's the problem with 6 to 8 weeks?" Sample moved to the stall rail and leaned against it and looked at the mare. She turned one large eye toward him and decided he was acceptable and went back to her hay. 7 other claims I've looked at filed before the Creedmoors. 3 of them are still in review past the 8-week mark. 2 of those 3 developed survey complications in week 6. Doss's hand slowed on the brush. "What kind of complications?" "Boundary questions. Prior survey conflicts. The kind of thing that requires additional verification from the Federal Surveyor's Office, which means the file goes to Portland and sits." And the 3 claims with complications, where are they? That's the question I've been working on. Sample looked at the rain coming through the small window at the end of the stall row, the gray light of it, the sound of it on the roof in its steady, purposeless percussion. They're on a line. Doss stopped brushing entirely. He held the brush at his side and looked at Sample with the dark, careful eyes that processed things at their own speed and then were done processing and delivered a result. What kind of line? I don't know yet. I need a better map than anything I've found in town. Sample pushed off the rail. You know anybody who does survey work around here? There's a man named Parvey. Does work for a Portland outfit, Bell and Associates or some such. He's in town most weeks, has an office above the dry goods on 3rd. Bell and Associates. Investment firm. Land, mostly. I've heard the name. Doss looked at the brush in his hand and put it on the stall rail. Sample. Yeah. The Creedmoors, North 40. The timber acres. I know it. That's where the line runs. Sample looked at him. Why do you think that? Because it's the 40 that's worth something beyond farming. The timber on it will build half this town's 2nd story. And because Doss picked up the brush again and turned back to the mare, and the way his shoulders set said he'd made a decision about how much to say. Because when we filed in November, Breen looked at the survey coordinates twice. He looked at everything else once. Sample stood with the rain on the roof, and the horses moving in their stalls, and the warm animal air of the place, and thought about Foster Breen with his geometric part, and his clean collar, and his 2 looks at the Creedmoor coordinates, and thought about a line drawn on a map that he hadn't seen yet, and thought about what lines on maps in territories with open land and coming railroads tended to mean for the people living on them. Don't say anything to Harlan yet, Sample said. He'll want to know. When I know something worth telling him, I'll tell him. Right now I have a pattern and a hunch and the North 40, and that's not a conversation I want to have with Harlan Creedmoor until I can hand him something to do with it. Doss worked the brush along the mare's withers. He won't like waiting. I know it. Ruth will like it less. Ruth, Sample said, will like it exactly as much as it deserves, and not a fraction more or less, and what it deserves right now is about 2 more days. He took his hat off and ran his hand through his hair and put the hat back. You still have that contact at the county assessor's? Man named Tillis. He drinks at the Pacific Hotel bar on Tuesday evenings. Today's Tuesday. It is. I'll find him. Sample turned toward the livery door. The rain out there was doing what it had been doing all day, which was everything it intended to. He stood at the threshold and looked at it and thought about what a man with Breen's job and Breen's efficiency and Breen's particular habit of looking twice at things he was supposed to look at once could do with a system designed to delay specific claims for specific reasons, and how long a man could run a system like that before someone noticed the pattern, and how long the pattern had been running before Sample arrived. There's a man in town, Doss said behind him. Staying at the Territorial Hotel. Arrived last week. Sample turned. I don't know his name. He came into the livery to look at horses, said he needed something with range. Didn't buy anything. Doss looked at the brush, not at Sample. He asked the boy at the desk if there was a former lawman in town. Said he was looking for someone who did recovery work. The rain fell straight and gray outside the livery door. What did the boy tell him? Sample said. That he didn't know anything about it. Good boy. I thought you should know. What does he look like? Doss described him in the spare, accurate way he described everything. Height, build, the coat, the horse he'd looked at longest, and what that said about the distances he had in mind. Sample listened and built the picture and set it next to the other things he was carrying and let them sit together. "All right," Sample said. "All right what?" "All right, I know about him." Sample pulled his collar up and stepped out into the rain. He had the Pacific Hotel bar and a county assessor named Tillis who drank there on Tuesday evenings, and he had Parvey the surveyor above the dry goods on 3rd Street, and he had a line on a map he needed to see, and he had a man at the Territorial Hotel who was looking for someone who did recovery work without knowing yet whether the someone he was looking for was already looking back. The boardwalk ran with water. He headed uphill. The Creedmoor house sat on the south edge of town on a lot they'd bought temporary while the claim processed. A rented house, 2 rooms, the kind of structure that had been built by someone who needed shelter and would worry about permanence later. Harlan had put in a new step on the porch the first week, and rehung the door the second, and replaced 3 window sashes the third, and the house looked substantially better than when they'd arrived, which was what Harlan Creedmoor did with things in his proximity. Ruth was at the table when Sample came in without knocking, which was the arrangement they'd arrived at without discussing it, the implicit acknowledgement that he was inside the perimeter of this family, whether or not anyone had formally invited him. She had papers in front of her, account papers, the careful arithmetic of a woman managing resources that needed managing, and she looked up when he came in, and at his face, and then back down at her papers. "Sit down," she said. "There's coffee." He poured it himself from the pot on the stove, which was still warm, and sat across from her. The coffee was good, in the way her coffee was always good, which he had stopped remarking on, because remarking on it seemed to annoy her slightly in the way that complimenting competent people on their competence annoyed them. It named something that should be invisible. "The land office," Ruth said. It was not a question. "Breen says the claim is in process. 6 to 8 weeks for review." "It's been 3 weeks." "I know." She looked at her papers. Outside, the rain worked the window, in the particular way Oregon rain worked windows. Not urgently, not as a complaint, just as a statement of ongoing fact. Through the glass, the yard Harlan had been clearing since the 3rd day sat in its rain-colored gray-brown. The stumps he'd pulled arranged at the fence line in a row that was too orderly to be accidental. "The North 40, Ruth said. Sample looked at his coffee. "I'm not asking," she said. "I'm telling you, that's what this is about. The timber on the North 40 is worth more than the other 280 combined, and Harlan knows it, and I know it, and whoever is looking at that claim with any kind of interest knows it. You talked to somebody." "I talked to 3 women at the church social last week. 2 of them have husbands with claims in review. 1 of them has been in review for 11 weeks. She looked at him with the eyes that always did 2 things at once. "Her husband's claim has timber on the east edge." Sample set his cup down. "The 3rd woman's claim is pasture land only. Her review took 5 weeks and cleared without complications." Ruth folded the account papers in a deliberate square and set them to the side. So, Sample said. "What are you going to do about it?" "I'm working on it." "That's not an answer." "It's the only answer I have right now that's true." He picked up his coffee again. 2 more days." Ruth looked at him for a moment longer, running the answer against whatever standard she applied to answers, and found it sufficient for the time being, which he could see in the way she picked her account papers back up and returned to them. He was halfway through the coffee when the door opened, and James came in with rain on his coat, and the particular look he got when he'd been watching something and had decided what he thought about it. He was 16, and had his mother's eyes and his father's way of entering a space as though he'd already assessed it from the outside and was confirming his assessment. He hung his coat on the hook by the door. Looked at Sample. Looked at his mother. "There's a man outside the land office," James said. "He's been there since noon." "What does he look like?" Sample said. James described him. It matched what Doss had told him in the livery, coat and build, and the rest of it, close enough that Sample understood the man at the Territorial Hotel had graduated from asking about recovery agents to conducting his own reconnaissance. "Did he see you?" Sample said. "I don't think so." Don't think and didn't or different. James considered this without taking offense, which was one of the things about him. He was watching the land office. "I came up from the river side." He didn't turn. "All right." Sample stood. "Don't go back down that street today." "Who is he?" "I don't know yet." Sample picked up his hat. "That's why I don't want you on that street." Ruth said without looking up from her papers, "James, there's wood needs splitting in the back." James looked at his mother and at Sample and made the calculation available to 16-year-olds when the adults in the room are clearly managing them, which was that resistance had no purchase here, and compliance was the faster route to the next piece of information. He went out the back. "Be careful," Ruth said, to Sample, not to James. "Always." "You've never been always," she said. "But be careful." He went out into the rain. The Pacific Hotel was 4 blocks north and uphill, which in Oregon City meant the rain hit you from a slightly different angle, the wind off the river getting beneath the brim, and Sample walked with his head down and his hands in his coat, and thought about a man outside the land office watching, and a man at the Territorial Hotel asking about recovery agents, and the two of them possibly being the same man, and what that man's presence meant for the sequence of things he was trying to arrange. It meant the sequence needed arranging faster. He pushed through the Pacific Hotel's front door into the lobby, which smelled like wet wool and wood smoke, and the particular food smell of a kitchen working the dinner hour. The bar was through an arch on the left, a proper bar, backlit bottles, a brass rail, 6 tables with chairs, 2 of them occupied. A man behind the bar with a white apron, and the resigned authority of someone who had heard every variety of human conversation and had opinions about none of them. Sample ordered whiskey and stood at the bar's far end and looked at the tables. The second occupied table had a man with the build and the age that fit the county assessor profile Doss had given him. 50s, gone soft in the middle. The florid face of someone whose relationship with Tuesday evenings at the Pacific Hotel had been long and consistent. He sat with a glass and a newspaper he was reading with the absorption of a man who preferred the newspaper to whatever else Tuesday evening offered. Sample took his whiskey to the table. "Tillis," he said. The man looked up. He had small, sharp eyes behind the florid face, the eyes of a man who had spent a career noticing discrepancies between what numbers said and what they meant. "Do I know you?" "Not yet." Sample sat. "I'm told you know the county land records, the way a man knows his own kitchen." Tillis folded the newspaper with the care of someone reserving his place, though he was giving no indication he intended to return to it. "Who told you that?" "A man at the livery." "Doss. He speaks highly of your Tuesday evenings." Tillis looked at the whiskey glass in Sample's hand and at his own glass and made the calculation of a man who had been bought information before and understood the transaction. "What do you want to know?" "I want to know about a line," Sample said, "on the survey maps south of town. Claims with timber that are running long in review. I want to know if there's a pattern to which claims develop complications and which ones don't. And I want to know if the pattern has a shape." Tillis looked at him for a long moment. He had gone still, in the way of a man who has just heard something that reorganized a set of things he'd been holding separately in his mind. His right hand moved to his glass and stopped there without picking it up. "How long have you been in Oregon City?" Tillis said. 3 weeks. "And you found this in 3 weeks. Is there something to find?" Tillis picked up his glass and drank. He set it down and looked at it. "I need to know who you are before this conversation goes anywhere." Sample: "I guided a wagon party here from Kansas. One of the families filed a donation claim south of town. North 40 runs timber." "Creedmoor," Tillis said. Sample looked at him. "I know the filing," Tillis said. "I know all the filings. It's my job to know the filings." He turned the glass on the table, a slow rotation. "The Creedmoor North 40 is on the list." "What list?" Tillis looked around the bar, the 2 occupied tables, the barkeep at the far end with his resigned face. None of them paying attention to anything in particular. 3 months ago," Tillis said, "a man came to the assessor's office and asked for access to the survey rolls for the South Tualatin corridor. Legitimate request, nothing unusual about it. He had credentials from a Portland investment firm, Bell and Associates." He turned the glass again. "He spent 4 hours with the rolls. My deputy let him work in the back room." "What was he looking for?" "He didn't say. But he took notes, and when he left I looked at the rolls he'd been using, and I looked at what sections he'd spent the most time on." He looked at Sample directly. "They match your line." Sample held the whiskey glass without drinking from it. "I haven't done anything about it," Tillis said, and the way he said it carried the weight of something he'd been sitting with for 3 months. Not guilt exactly, not complicity, but the specific heaviness of a man who had seen a thing and talked himself out of acting on it and had not been comfortable since. "I didn't have enough to," he stopped. "You had enough to wonder," Sample said. Tillis drank the rest of his glass in a single pull. "Yes," he said. "I had enough for that." The bar filled slowly around them, the dinner hour releasing men from their work and sending them here, the noise level building in the gradual way of a room finding its evening register. Sample let the sounds come up around the table and looked at the rain running down the window glass in its branching, merging patterns, and thought about Foster Breen and his twice look at the Creedmoor coordinates, and about Bell and Associates and their man with the survey rolls, and about the line connecting things south of town that someone had been mapping for reasons that had nothing to do with the families living on it. He put his hand in his coat pocket for the money to pay for the drinks. His fingers found an envelope. He pulled it out. His name on the front in unfamiliar handwriting. Someone had put it there in his coat pocket, sometime between the livery and this bar. At the livery. At the Creedmoor house. On the street. He set it on the table. Tillis looked at it, and looked away with the discretion of a man who understood that some things on tables were not his business. Sample turned the envelope over. No return address. Oregon City postmark, but the postmark was 3 days old, which meant it had been sitting at the post office, and someone had collected it and chosen not to put it in Sample's hand directly, and choosing not to put something in a man's hand directly was its own communication. He started to open it. Tillis said, "That envelope." Sample looked at him. "At the post office this morning," Tillis said carefully, "I saw Breen collect mail from the general delivery window. He had 2 envelopes." He looked at his empty glass. The handwriting on one of them looked like that. The bar noise went on around them. The rain went on outside. Sample held the envelope and looked at the handwriting on it, and turned it over and looked at the back and turned it over again, and then he folded it once without opening it, and put it in his breast pocket against his chest, and put money on the table for the drinks. "I need those survey rolls," he said. Tillis looked at his empty glass. Then at the money on the table. Then at Sample. "Tomorrow morning," he said. "Come to the side door before the office opens. 8 o'clock. Sample stood. "Whose name is on that envelope?" Tillis said. Sample put his coat on. "Not mine," he said, and walked out into the rain. He went directly to the livery. Doss was in the loft with a lantern, working a harness that needed work, the leather across his knees and the needle moving in its steady pull. He looked down when Sample came up the ladder and saw Sample's face and set the harness down. Sample handed him the envelope. Doss looked at the handwriting and went still in a way that had nothing to do with his usual stillness. This was the stillness of a man whose chest has been struck and who has not yet determined the damage. He opened it. "Read it." The lantern threw its warm circle in the loft, and outside the rain worked the livery roof, and the horses moved below in the stalls, and Doss read the letter through twice, and then held it in both hands, and looked at it the way a man looks at something he has been waiting for long enough that the arriving of it does not feel the way he expected. He looked up at Sample. "She's not in Indiana," Doss said. Chapter 2. "St. Louis," Doss said. "She's in St. Louis." He held the letter with both hands, and Sample stayed where he was at the top of the loft ladder and let the man read it through again. Below, one of the horses blew through its nose and shifted in its stall. The lantern between them threw its circle of yellow light across the raw board floor and left the rest of the loft to the dark. Doss lowered the letter. "Read it to me," Sample said. Doss looked at him. "All of it." Doss looked back at the letter. He drew a breath and held it a moment, some internal adjustment, and then began. "Cal, I will not start with an apology, because the thing I did required doing, and if I had told you first, you would have told me not to, and we would have argued, and in the end I would have done it anyway, and we would have argued for nothing, and I would have left Indiana 2 weeks later than I did, which would have put me in St. Louis in November instead of October, which would have meant the river before it froze, which you can see was not an option. So, no apology. A full account instead, which I think you'll agree is more useful." 2 men came to the house in the second week of October. They came in the afternoon when I was in the kitchen, and they knocked, which Greer's people usually didn't bother with, so I opened the door before I thought about it. They said they were looking for my brother's current whereabouts, and they said it in the way men say things when the saying is a formality and the real communication is something else. One of them looked at the house the whole time we talked. Not at me. At the house. The way you look at something you intend to take inventory of later. I told them I hadn't heard from you since spring, which was 2 months ago, true, and therefore not a lie I had to maintain with any effort. They thanked me and left. I watched them ride out, and then I went to Gon's office. Walter says the warrant is being pushed federally now. Someone in Washington retained counsel on the family's behalf, and the jurisdictional argument that was buying you time is going to run out. He says months, not weeks, but months go fast when you're waiting on them from the wrong side. He's working the case from the other direction now. Not just the warrant's origins, but what's underneath the warrant, the reason they want you badly enough to spend what they're spending. Which brings me to the wardrobe. Doss stopped. He set the letter face down on his knee and pressed his palm flat against it, not covering it, just holding it there, and looked at the middle distance where the lantern light went thin and stopped. Whatever was behind his eyes was not something he was going to show in any form that required a name. "Keep going," Sample said. "Greer kept a wardrobe in the back bedroom. You never went in that room, and I tried not to either, but after he died, I had to deal with everything in the house, and I pulled the wardrobe out to clean behind it." The false bottom on the back panel was his own work, and it showed. The join was rough, and the panel didn't sit flush with the frame. He built furniture the way he built most things, which was well enough to pass a quick look and no better. There was a leather satchel behind the panel. Inside the satchel, survey documents, correspondence, and a ledger of acquisition dates and purchase amounts written in Greer's hand, but referencing a name he'd shortened to initials throughout. CN. I counted 43 properties in the ledger. They are not in Ohio. I took everything to Gan. He kept most of it and made copies of what he kept, and I kept the copies of the copies, which are wrapped in oilskin in the bottom of my carpet bag, which is under the bed I'm renting in St. Louis from a widow named Mrs. Faber, who charges $2 a week and includes breakfast, and who has been uniformly kind to me without asking questions, which is the only kind of kindness I have patience for right now. Gan says the surveys are for land in Oregon Territory. The correspondence between Greer and CN covers 3 years. Purchase prices, acquisition dates, references to timing, specifically to the timing of a railroad announcement that hasn't been made public yet. Gan is still working through what it means legally. He says it means something. I can tell you what it means plainly. Someone with money and information has been buying land in your territory ahead of a railroad that isn't announced yet, using my dead husband as the instrument, and they want you contained or gone before anyone connects the instrument to what it was used for. I'm coming west. February if the mountain passes cooperate, March otherwise. I need you to find me somewhere to stay that isn't too damp, though I recognize this may be an unreasonable request given what you've described about Oregon. Something with a stove, at minimum. Mrs. Faber has given me a high standard for breakfast, and I intend to maintain it. Don't write back to this address. I'm leaving Tuesday. C. Doss folded the letter along its original creases and held it in both hands and looked at the lantern flame, which burned straight and small and without drama in the still air of the loft. Sample looked at the letter and at Doss's hands and at the particular quality of stillness the man had arrived at, which was not peace and not shock, but something that occupied the territory between them. The stillness of a man who has been carrying a weight in one hand and has just been handed the same weight for the other hand and is recalculating what it means to stand upright. The wardrobe, Sample said. He was a careful man about certain things. Doss set the letter on the floor beside him. Clara knew he kept papers she wasn't supposed to see. She told me once, years before any of the rest of it. She said he had a private correspondence she never asked about, because the few times she'd come near it, he'd changed in a way that made asking not worth it. She didn't look before now. She knew what kind of thing she'd find, and she knew what finding it would cost her. Doss's jaw moved. After he died, she had enough to manage without adding to it. Sample crouched on the loft floor across the lantern from Doss, his weight on his heels, his forearms on his knees. The rain on the roof had shifted to a heavier register, the kind that came in waves off the river when the wind picked up, loud enough to make the loft feel smaller and closer than it was. The 2 men who came to the house, Sample said. What do you make of them? Recovery agents. Cord's people, or someone running a parallel operation. Doss looked at his hands. The family doesn't send one set of men after one thing. They layer it. The one who looked at the house. Taking inventory. Doss said it without heat, just the flat delivery of a man stating a known condition. If I came back to Indiana, or if Clara stayed, there would be something to threaten. Property. A house. That's how they work. They don't need to threaten you directly if they can threaten the thing you'd go back for. But Clara left. Clara, he stopped, found the right entry into it. My sister does not benefit from being underestimated. She never has. The men who came to the house saw a widow in a farmhouse and made the usual set of assumptions about what a widow in a farmhouse would do next. And she was already packed. Something shifted in Doss's face, a compression at the corners of his mouth that was not quite a smile and was not far from one. She was already packed. Sample looked at the letter on the floor. Oilskin in the bottom of a carpet bag under a bed in St. Louis. Copies of documents that a man named Greer had kept behind a rough panel in a wardrobe in a back bedroom of a house that two men had stood in front of and assessed for its leverage value. CN, Sample said. Doss looked at him. The initials in the ledger. CN. She mentioned it 3 times. 43 properties, all referenced to CN. A man named CN. Bell is staying at the Territorial Hotel, Sample said. He arrived in Oregon City 4 months ago. He's known around town as a Portland land investor. Generous. Well regarded. He looked at the rain on the loft window, the dark glass with water running down it in the particular branching pattern that had been running down every piece of glass in this town since he'd arrived. Bell and Associates. That's the firm your man Parvey the surveyor works for. Doss was very still. 3 months ago, Sample said, a man with credentials from Bell and Associates spent 4 hours with the county survey rolls for the South Tualatin corridor. He took notes. The sections he spent the most time on matched the claims that had been running long in Breen's review process. He looked at Doss. The claims with timber on the railroad line. You've been building this for 3 weeks, Doss said. I've had the shape of it. I didn't have the center. Sample picked up the letter from the floor. He held it and looked at the handwriting, the tight controlled script of a woman who had learned to write in a schoolroom and had kept the discipline of it. C.N. Bell. Cornelius. Cornelius Abel. The name sat in the loft between them, with the rain working the roof and the horses quiet below. Doss looked at the letter in Sample's hand with the expression of a man watching 2 things he'd been holding separately find each other and lock together into something heavier than either one alone. The warrant, Doss said. The land operation. They're the same operation, Sample said. The warrant keeps me occupied with your situation while the land work runs. While I'm looking at you, I'm not looking at Bell. While I'm managing Cord, I'm not pulling on the thread at the land office. He turned the letter over. 43 properties. Gann can get federal attention on the land fraud faster than he can on the warrant, Doss said. If the railroad survey information was sold, if Greer was the instrument. A federal prosecutor in Washington with that evidence, and the Abel family's Washington attorney on the other side of the same city, becomes a very different kind of problem for the family than a recovery agent in Oregon with a warrant. Sample stood. The loft was low enough that he had to angle his head slightly, a thing he'd been doing every time he came up here without fully adjusting to it. The warrant is what they point at you. The land operation is what they're protecting. So breaking the land operation breaks the warrant. It breaks the reason for the warrant. Sample handed the letter back to Doss. Which is different from breaking the legal instrument. The instrument stays until a judge voids it. But a family spending money on a recovery agent and a federal attorney, and a land scheme in Oregon Territory is a family with a budget. If the land scheme becomes a liability, the budget gets reconsidered. Doss took the letter and held it. Clarice copies. I need to see them. She's in St. Louis. She's leaving Tuesday, she said. She wrote this. What's the postmark? Sample had already looked. 8 days ago. Doss calculated. She's on the road. Then she's on the road with oilskin documents in a carpet bag, and she'll be here in 6 weeks if the passes hold. Sample pulled his coat closed. The loft was cold, and the cold had been working through the boards of it for the last hour, the temperature dropping with the dark outside. In the meantime, I've got Tillis at 8 tomorrow morning with access to the survey rolls, and I need to get eyes on what Bell and Associates actually holds in the corridor versus what it's trying to hold. And I need Parvey's connection to the railroad survey operation before I take any of this to Pease. Pease, Doss said. Federal judge. He built this territory's judiciary. He's proud of it, the way a man is proud of something he made with his own hands. Sample moved to the latter. He's also friendly with Bell, which means I need to walk in there with something he cannot argue with, and not one piece of speculation. How long? As long as it takes to build it. Cord is west of the Missouri. I know where Cord is. Sample started down the ladder. I know what Cord is. He's an instrument pointed at you, and I've been inside the reach of it for 2 months, and I'm still moving, which tells me something about how sharp the instrument is. He stopped with his head still above the loft floor and looked at Doss. The man at the Territorial Hotel. The one asking about recovery agents. What about him? Don't go near that hotel. Doss looked at him steadily. You think it's Cord? I think it fits Cord. I think it also fits someone Cornelius Abel sent ahead of Cord to do different work, and I don't know which yet. He paused. Either way, that hotel is not somewhere you want to be recognized. I haven't left this livery after dark in 2 weeks. Keep not leaving it. Sample climbed down the last rungs. At the bottom, he looked up at the hatch. Doss's face at the edge of it, the lantern behind him. She'll need somewhere dry to stay when she gets here. I know. Ask Mrs. Vasquez. The family she's staying with, the Reyes, they take people in. It's what they do. Doss looked at him. You've already thought about this. I think about logistics, Sample said. It's a habit. He went out the livery door into the rain. The street was empty, the hour past the point where Oregon City kept itself outdoors. The few lit windows along the cross street made yellow oblongs on the wet boardwalk, and the river below made its constant low argument, and the rain filled in everything else with its even, uncommitted sound. Sample stood at the livery door and looked at the street in both directions. The Territorial Hotel was 3 blocks north and 1 block east, a 2-story building with a covered porch and a lit lobby visible through the front windows. He could see the porch from where he stood, the yellow light of it, the shadow of a chair and no one in the chair. He pulled his coat collar up. A man who asked at a livery about recovery agents and then stood across from the land office watching it through an afternoon was a man running a reconnaissance, which was a thing you did before you made a move. Before you made a move, you wanted to know the ground. You wanted to know who else was on it, and where they stood, and what they could see. Which meant the man in the Territorial Hotel already knew about Sample. Had known before he arrived. Which meant someone had sent him knowing Sample was here. Cord operated from Columbus. Cornelius Abel had been in Oregon City 4 months. The letter that ended up in Sample's coat pocket had Breen's handwriting, or a handwriting like Breen's, and had been at the post office for 3 days before someone collected it and put it in Sample's pocket without putting it in Sample's hand. He turned it in his mind the way you turn something in poor light, looking for the angle where it becomes clear. Breen had been in that land office for years. He was running a system, or running it for someone, that required precision and patience and the nerve to do it inside a federal operation. A man like that did not panic when complications arrived. He managed them. He had managed them before. The envelope in Sample's pocket meant Breen knew who Sample was and what he was doing. Not suspected. Knew. Which meant Breen had told Bell. Or Bell had told Breen. Or both of them had gotten the information from a third source who had been watching Sample watch the land office for 3 weeks and had decided that the time for watching was done. Sample stepped off the boardwalk into the rain and walked north. Not toward the Territorial Hotel. Parallel to it, 1 street over, in the dark between the lit windows, keeping the hotel's porch light at the edge of his sightline the way you kept a landmark at the edge when you were moving cross-country and didn't want to announce your heading. He came up even with the hotel's east side. The alley between the hotel and the millinery next door was unlit and ran the full depth of the building. He went into it. The hotel's back door was solid and locked, no light beneath it. 2 windows on the second floor, 1 dark, 1 lit with a low lamp. The kind of lamp you left burning when you intended to come back to the room but had stepped out of it. Sample stood in the alley with the rain on him, and looked at the lit window, and looked at the back door, and looked at the alley's far end where it opened onto the cross street. A man came out the cross street end of the alley. He came fast, and then stopped when he saw Sample, and the stopping was the stopping of someone who had not expected an obstacle, and was deciding in the half-second of recognition what the obstacle meant. Sample looked at him. He was not Cord. He was younger than Cord by 10 years, narrower, with a coat that had covered serious trail miles recently. The mud on it was layered, not fresh. He had his right hand at his side with the fingers spread, which was not a threatening posture, and was not a relaxed one. "You're Sample," the man said. "Who sent you?" Sample said. The man looked at him with the flat assessment of someone doing fast arithmetic. He had a long jaw and the particular outdoor weathering of a man who spent his working life in it, and his eyes moved to the lit hotel window above them and back to Sample with a quickness that said the window mattered to him. "Not Cord," Sample said. "You're not one of Cord's." The man's right hand moved, not for a weapon, for his coat's inner pocket, and Sample's hand was already on the Colt at his hip before he decided to put it there, the motion preceding the thought the way trained motion does, and the man froze with his hand inside his coat. "Slow," Sample said. The man brought his hand out. He was holding an envelope. Sample looked at it. The man held it across the distance between them, arm extended, the envelope going dark with rain, in the time it took Sample to close the distance and take it. He looked at the front. His name. Different handwriting from the envelope in his breast pocket. This handwriting he knew. Chapter 3. The envelope had one line in it. Cord crossed the Missouri 11 days ago. He has federal paper. W.G. Sample folded it and put it in his coat pocket next to the first envelope and looked at the man who delivered it. The alley rain came down between the buildings in a narrow curtain, and the hotel's second-floor window threw a pale oblong across the wet ground, and the man stood in it with his hands at his sides and waited to be told what happened next. "Gan sent you," Sample said. "I work for Gan's office, yes, sir." "From Columbus." "St. Louis now." Mr. Gan moved the operation west when it became clear things were moving west. The man had a flat Missouri accent, and the patient manner of a courier who understood his job was delivery, and questions beyond it were above his authority. He said to tell you in person rather than post it because of the time. 11 days ago. It took me 9 to get here. The passes were bad the first 2 days, and I came around. Sample looked at the hotel window above them. The lamp in the room burned low and steady. Who's in that room? The courier looked up at it. I don't know, sir. I came through the alley because I'd been watching the street for an hour, and I didn't see you on it. How'd you know what I looked like? Mr. Gann described you. Sample thought about Gann in St. Louis, described to him by Clara Doss, describing Sample to a courier he was sending west ahead of the thing he was warning about. The whole chain of it, the effort in it, the seriousness it implied about what was coming. Tell Gann I got it, Sample said. Tell him I need the railroad survey connection documented before I can move on P's. Tell him Clara's copies of the satchel documents need to get here faster than she can carry them. She's on the road, sir. She left St. Louis 9 days ago. On the same road you came? Yes, sir. She had a 2-day head start on me. Sample looked at the courier. He was 25, maybe 26, and he had the specific thinness of someone who had been moving hard for 9 days and eating whatever the road offered, which in November through the mountains was not much. Go around to the Creedmoor house on the South Tualatin Road. Tell Ruth Creedmoor that Sample sent you. She'll feed you and find you a bed. I'm fine, sir. You're not fine, Sample said. You're 25, and you think fine is a different thing than it is. Go to the Creedmoor house. The courier looked at him for a moment. Then he nodded and turned and went back up the alley the way he'd come, and Sample watched him go, and then looked at the hotel window again, and at the alley mouth and at the dark cross street beyond it. 11 days ago, Cord crossed the Missouri with federal paper. 9 days of hard riding to Oregon City from that crossing, which put Cord 2 days from arriving if he was pushing, 4 if he was traveling at a professional pace, and conserving his horse for what came after. Sample went to find Pell. Pell's current job was a 2-story addition on the Morrison Street Mercantile, and he worked until the light failed each day, and sometimes passed it with a lantern hung from the framing. Sample found him on the second-floor deck, fitting a window sash with the absorbed attention of a man reunited with work he loved after a period of unwanted separation. Sawdust across his shoulders. A pencil behind his ear. The sash going into the rough opening with a precision that suggested Pell had measured it 3 times and cut it once. That window's going to be there when this building is 100 years old, Sample said. Pell looked up. He had sawdust in his eyebrows and a satisfaction in his face that Sample had not seen there during 5 months on a wagon trail. I told the owner that. He said he hoped it would be, because he intended to be in business 100 years from now. He tested the sash with 2 fingers, checking its movement. Either optimistic or delusional, but the kind of man who builds additions, so. Sample climbed up to the deck. The addition smelled like fresh-cut fur, a clean smell, resinous, the smell of wood that had been alive recently and remembered it. Below on the street, the evening traffic moved. Wagons, a few riders, 2 women in conversation outside the dry goods 2 doors down. Sample looked at the dry goods, and at the upper floor above it, and at the window up there with its light. Parvy's office. I need a favor, Sample said. Pell set the pencil behind his ear, with the air of a man setting his tools down at the end of a day, though the day was not quite done. What kind? There's a dinner. Hosted by the Whitfield family on 6th Street, Saturday evening. You've been doing work for them. Finishing their back parlor. Yes. Pell looked at him. How do you know about the Whitfield dinner? Ruth mentioned it. Ruth was invited because she brought Mrs. Whitfield a pie last week, and Mrs. Whitfield, who is a woman who keeps accounts on kindness both given and received, invited her in return. Harlan won't go. Ruth needs someone to, she asked me. He paused. She suggested I might bring someone. She suggested you bring me. She may have suggested that, yes. Pell looked at the sash. There's a man named Bell going. C.N. Bell. Ruth said you'd want to be in the room with him. Ruth, Sample said, is 2 steps ahead of most situations she finds herself in. I've noticed that. Pell picked up his pencil and put it in his pocket and began collecting his tools with the organized efficiency of a craftsman who believed that the end of the workday deserved the same care as the work itself. What's Bell to you? I don't know yet. I want to find out. And you want to find out at someone's dinner table. A man at a dinner table is a man in a context he's chosen. He'll show you what he wants you to see, which is itself useful. Pell snapped his toolbox shut. He looked at Sample with the eyes of a man who had learned, over months of proximity, that questions about what Sample intended were usually answered better by watching what Sample did than by asking. Saturday evening, 7 o'clock. Wear the dark coat. I only have one coat. Then wear it brushed, Pell said and went down the ladder. The Whitfield house on 6th Street was the kind of house that Oregon City had not had 2 years ago, and was accumulating now at the rate that money accumulated in a territory with open land and a coming railroad, large, 2 stories, with a proper front porch and glazed windows and a parlor that could seat 16 without difficulty. It smelled, when Sample and Pell came through the door on Saturday evening, like wood smoke and roasted meat, and the beeswax of candles that cost more than the tallow alternative, which was a choice that said something about what the Whitfields thought of themselves and wanted their guests to think of them. Mrs. Whitfield was a tall woman of 50, with her gray hair up, and the authority of someone on her own ground. She received them at the door with a warmth that was genuine without being excessive, the warmth of a woman who was good at this, and knew she was good at it without needing to perform it. Pell she greeted by name, and with a specific comment about the parlor wainscoting that made him stand differently, the involuntary adjustment of a craftsman whose work has been seen correctly. Sample, she assessed in the half-second of a handshake, and filed him under someone's guest with the smooth efficiency of a hostess who had made that categorization many times before. Mr. Sample, she said. August speaks well of you. August speaks well of most things, Sample said. Something in her face approved of this without showing it. She moved them into the parlor. 14 people in the room. Sample took them in the way he took in any room, not cataloging, just receiving, letting the whole picture develop before pulling at any thread of it. A cluster near the fireplace, 3 men in the conversation of business. 2 women by the window, with the posture of people who had been talking a long time and were comfortable with it. A judge's face. He knew a judge's face before he knew who the judge was, something about how men who had spent decades deciding things held their heads. And Bell. C.N. Bell stood near the sideboard with a glass of something amber, and was in conversation with a woman, Sample placed as the wife of one of the fireplace men. He was silver-haired, broad-shouldered, with the build of a man who had been physically substantial in his youth, and had kept enough of it to lend him presence. His coat was Portland-made, not Oregon City-made. The cut, said a tailor who had seen what the eastern cities were wearing, and had the skill to do something with that knowledge. He held his glass with a looseness that said he was comfortable, and wanted the room to know he was comfortable. And he smiled at something the woman said, and the smile reached his eyes, which was either genuine warmth or a very sophisticated version of its opposite. He had not looked at Sample yet. Sample found a position near the window where he could hold the room without advertising that he was holding it, and accepted a glass of wine from a young man circulating with a tray and waited. Dinner was announced 20 minutes later. Mrs. Whitfield managed the seating with the casual authority of someone who had arranged it in advance and was presenting the arrangement as organic. And Sample found himself between Pell on his left and Judge Warren Pease on his right, with Bell seated diagonally across the table where Sample would see him without being directly opposite him, which was either accident or architecture. Pease was 72 years old, and wore it as credential rather than liability. He had a long, angular face with deep-set eyes that still moved with speed, the eyes of a man whose body had slowed, but whose mind had decided not to follow. He'd built Oregon Territory's federal judicial structure from a single circuit court in 1853, and had watched it grow into something he considered, with the proprietary satisfaction of a craftsman in the Whitfield parlor looking at his own wainscoting, to be very good work. "Sample," he said as the soup arrived. "Are you the Sample who was a marshal in Kansas?" "Among other places," Sample said. "Bowman's Territory?" "I worked Bowman's district for 3 years. Before that, I was based in Abilene." Pease nodded, with the slow deliberateness of a man confirming something. "I knew a marshal named Sample. Testimony case out of Wichita in '69. He was thorough." "That was me." Pease looked at him with the deep-set eyes, the full turn of attention that judges developed and never fully lost even at dinner. "What brings you to Oregon City?" "I guided a wagon party from Kansas. Some of them filed claims south of town. I stayed on to see them settled." "Good country south of town," Pease said. "Good timber on the north sections of those parcels." "That's what I understand." Across the table, Bell was listening to the woman on his right describe something about a church committee. His eyes moved to Sample for a half-second and away, the brief sweep of a man confirming a location, and then he was back to the church committee with his full attention and his genuine or sophisticated smile. He knew. Sample had been right about that. The soup was eaten. The plates were changed. The conversation moved around the table in the distributed way of dinner parties where the host is skilled, nobody trapped in one exchange for too long, the topics moving from the immediate to the general and back: Oregon City's prospects, the timber industry, the question of statehood, the railroad. It was Pease who raised the railroad. "The O&C spur," he said, to the table generally. "I had a letter from Portland this week, suggesting the route decision comes in the spring." A general reaction, interest, a few questions, the particular alertness of people with land to the south of town. Bell said from across the table, with the ease of a man contributing to a conversation he's been in all evening, "The corridor south has been the working assumption for 2 years. Good grade, minimal bridge work. Anyone holding land in that corridor is holding it well." "Do you have land in the corridor, Mr. Bell?" This from one of the fireplace men, a banker Sample had placed by the cut of his clothes and the way he listened to numbers. "A parcel or two," Bell said. "I'm a modest investor. I leave the serious speculation to serious speculators." He smiled. The room smiled with him, the particular social reflex of a room that has decided it likes someone. Sample said, "Which parcels?" Bell looked at him. The smile stayed, but what was behind it adjusted, the way a well-maintained machine adjusts when a new load is applied, smoothly, without visible effort, but not without effort. "South Tualatin Road, mostly," Bell said. "Some acreage east of the creek. Nothing dramatic." "Bell and Associates," Sample said. "Out of Portland." "That's my firm, yes." Belle's tone carried nothing, no edge, no warmth above what it had been carrying, the voice of a man on level ground who intended to stay there. You know the firm? I know the name. I've been looking at land south of town, trying to understand what's available and what's been taken. Are you looking to file a claim? I'm looking to understand the market, Sample said. Belle looked at him with the direct, warm attention he'd applied to everyone in the room, making Sample feel seen the way Pell had described it, the skill of a man who had needed it. But the attention held a beat longer than it needed to. A beat that Belle controlled and Sample clocked, and neither of them acknowledged. I'd be happy to sit down with you, Belle said. I know that corridor well. I could save you some time. I appreciate that, Sample said. I may take you up on it. Pease, beside Sample, was looking at his plate with the absorption of a man tasting his food. But he'd heard the exchange, and the speed at which he'd begun tasting his food said he was giving it room rather than dismissing it. The dinner moved on. Dessert arrived. Coffee. The company shifted and redistributed toward the parlor, and Sample found himself near the fireplace with Pease and two of the other men, and Belle was across the room with Mrs. Whitfield and a woman Sample hadn't spoken to. And Pell was in a corner with the banker, having what looked like a very comfortable conversation about lumber prices. You know Belle well? Sample said to Pease, low enough to be conversation rather than interrogation. Pease considered the question with the unhurried precision of a man who chose his characterizations carefully. I know him well enough. He's been at 2 or 3 of these evenings. He's generous. He contributed to the courthouse fund last month, a substantial amount. He's knowledgeable about the territory. He looked across the room at Belle, who was laughing at something Mrs. Whitfield had said. He's the kind of man Oregon City needs more of. Capital, ambition, and the social intelligence to use both without making enemies. Where's he from, originally? Ohio, I believe. Columbus, or thereabouts. He doesn't speak about it much. New men in a new territory often don't. Ohio, Sample thought. Columbus, or thereabouts. His firm, Sample said. Bell and Associates. Do you know who the associates are? Pease looked at him with the deep-set eyes. The question had arrived somewhere interesting, and the judge knew it and was deciding what to do with knowing it. I don't know them personally. Portland investors, I've understood. Why do you ask? Curiosity, Sample said, about how the land market works out here. I'm new to the territory. Pease held on him for a moment. The judge had spent 50 years evaluating the truthfulness of answers and the quality of the questions beneath them, and he brought the full instrument of that experience to bear on Sample's response and found it insufficient without being able to say exactly where it failed. You were thorough in Wichita, Pease said. I expect you're thorough here, too. I try to be. Pease looked at Bell across the room. Something moved in the long, angular face. Not suspicion, not alarm. Something earlier than either of those. The first small repositioning of a mind beginning to consider a thing it had not previously thought needed considering. He turned back to his coffee. Across the room, Bell excused himself from Mrs. Whitfield and moved through the party with the ease of a man navigating his own house. And he came toward Sample with his hand already extended, the both hands' grip arriving before Bell had covered the last 2 feet of distance. Sample, he said. I didn't get a chance properly. His grip was warm and complete, and held a fraction past the standard duration. His eyes were blue, attentive, and they looked at Sample with what appeared to be genuine interest and what was, Sample understood, A very good approximation of it maintained by will rather than instinct. Bell, Sample said. You were a marshal, Warren tells me. For a while. And now? Independent work, Sample said. Whatever needs doing. A useful man. Bell said it without condescension, with the appreciation of someone who genuinely valued utility. The territory's full of work for useful men. Have you looked at the timber industry? The mills are desperate for men who can manage operations, honest men, which is rarer than it should be. I'll keep it in mind. Do. Bell released his hand and took a half-step back, the physical grammar of a man creating conversational space without retreating from the conversation. Come see me if you decide to look at land. I mean it. I know what's available, and what's priced fairly and what isn't, and a man new to the territory can spend a lot of time learning what I could tell him in an hour. That's generous, Sample said. Oregon City needs to work, Bell said simply, as if this explained it. People helping each other get established is how that happens. He moved on to the next group with the same ease, the same warmth, the same attention that landed fully on whoever he'd turned it toward. Sample stood with his coffee and watched him go. The charm was architecture. Bell had built it the way Pell built a window sash, to precise tolerances designed to last, serving a function so well that the function became invisible inside the form. Sample had been in the field of it for 20 minutes and could feel its pull, even knowing what it was, the way you felt current in water, even when you were standing on the bank. Pell materialized beside him. Well, he knows who I am, Sample said. He's known since before tonight. He came to me. Pell looked at Bell across the room. To tell you something? To see me up close. To take my measure. Sample finished the coffee. And to make sure I took his. Did you? Enough of it. Sample set the cup on the mantel. He's from Columbus, Ohio. Or thereabouts. Pell turned and looked at him. Thereabouts, Sample said again. Pell absorbed this with the particular stillness of a man placing a piece he's been holding in his hand onto a board where it suddenly belongs. Does he know that you? He knows I'm looking at land south of town. He doesn't know what I've found. Sample looked at Pease, who was back in conversation with the fireplace men, the long face attentive, the deep-set eyes moving. He suspects I'm more than I said I was. He offered to help me so he can watch what I do with the help. What are you going to do? Take the meeting, Sample said. Let him show me what he wants me to see. Pell looked at him with the expression he got when Sample said something that was either very smart or likely to get someone hurt, and he couldn't determine which. And Pease? Sample looked at the judge. Pease at that moment looked back, not a prolonged look, just the brief connecting glance of a man across a room, acknowledging another man across a room. But in it was something that had not been there before dinner. A question. Forming slowly, the way questions form in careful minds, not arrived yet but on its way. Pease is the right man, Sample said. He built the system here. He'll be angry when he understands what's been done inside it. When? I need the survey rolls from Tillis first. I need to see what Bell and Associates actually holds on that corridor versus what it's trying to hold. He moved toward the door, where Pell's coat was hanging. And I need Parvey, the surveyor. He did the work for Bell. He knows where the line runs, and he knows why. Sample took his coat from the hook. A man who sells survey information for a land scheme either believes the scheme is legitimate or knows it isn't, and has been paid enough to not care. Either way, he has what I need. How do you get it from him? I go ask, Sample said. Pell looked at the room one more time, at Bell, still working it with his full attention. He frightens me more than the man with the gun. He should, Sample said. The man with the gun has one option. Bell has 20. They went out into the night. The rain had pulled back to a mist, the first time in a week it had shown any restraint, and the street glistened under the lampposts with the clean, dark shine of wet basalt. Sample turned up his collar against the damp air and looked at the block ahead, the Territorial Hotel at the far end, its windows lit. Someone moved on the hotel porch. Not pacing. Standing. The stillness of someone who had been there a while and had patience for more of it. Sample stopped walking. The figure on the porch had the build and the bearing he'd been carrying a description of for 2 months, assembled from the reports of people who'd seen the man in Kansas, in Missouri, in conversations along the road west. The city coat on a frame made for range work. The way he stood with his weight centered, at rest but not relaxed, the posture of a man who had done a great deal of waiting and had made his peace with it as an occupational requirement. Sample stood on the wet street in the dark between 2 lampposts and looked at the porch. The figure on the porch looked back. Chapter 4. Sample, the man on the porch said. He said it the way you say the name of someone you've been looking for and have now found, without surprise, without satisfaction, just the name stated as a fact confirmed. Cord, Sample said. Abel Cord came down the 2 porch steps with his hands visible and his pace unhurried, and stopped 6 feet out, and Sample stood on the wet street, and they looked at each other across the lamp-lit distance between them. Cord had gained trail miles since Kansas. The coat was the same good wool, but it had been slept in recently, and the crease below his hat brim said he'd been riding in weather. His face was the same managed, pleasant arrangement it had always been, the arrangement of a man who had decided long ago that his face was a professional instrument and maintained it accordingly. Pell beside Sample had gone still. You look good for a man who just crossed the Cascades in November, Sample said. The southern pass was open. Cord glanced at Pell once and returned to Sample. I'd like to talk. We're talking. Somewhere warmer. Sample looked at the hotel behind him, its lit windows, the lobby visible through the glass. Not your hotel, he said. Pacific Hotel Bar. Cord buttoned his top coat button against the mist. I'll buy. Buy for my friend too, Sample said. He's had a long evening. Cord looked at Pell again, the brief calibrating look of a man revising a room count. All right. Pell, beside Sample, said nothing. But he walked. The Pacific Hotel Bar, at 10 in the evening, held 4 drinkers and a barkeep who had achieved a professional serenity about whatever happened in his establishment after 9 o'clock, and the 4 of them settled into a corner table, and Cord ordered whiskey for the table without asking, and leaned back in his chair with the posture of a man who had covered serious ground and was allowing his body a temporary accounting of it. He looked at Pell for a moment. He stays, Sample said. Cord accepted this and moved on. I have federal paper, he said. Properly endorsed. A judge in St. Louis reviewed the jurisdictional argument and found it insufficient. Which judge? Harrington. Theodore Harrington. Sample knew the name. Harrington was competent, conservative, and had been appointed 2 years ago, which put him outside Sample's network. Abel Family's federal attorney in Washington had a hand in choosing the venue. Cord looked at his glass. That's above my visibility. But not above your suspicion. Cord said nothing, which was its own answer. The warrant, Sample said. What does it say now? Same charge. The endorsement cleared the jurisdictional objection. It's a valid instrument in this territory. Cord turned the glass on the table. I'm not here to move on DOS tonight. I want you to know I'm here. I want to give you time to advise him. Advise him to do what? Come in without a scene. It'll go better for him. Going to Millfield County won't go better for him, regardless of how he arrives, Sample said. You know what's behind this warrant, Cord. I know what's behind most things. It doesn't change the instrument. Walter Gann is working the case from the other direction now. Not just the warrant's origins, what's underneath them. Sample put his glass down. C.N. Bell. He's been in this town 4 months. He's been buying land on the Oregon and California Railroad's unannounced Southern Spur route using survey information that was sold out of the railroad's own survey operation. Cord's expression did not change, but he stopped turning the glass. Greer Abel managed the acquisition operation, Sample said. He was the instrument. He traveled west, identified parcels, coordinated purchases through shell entities. The correspondence naming him is in Gann's possession in St. Louis. He looked at Cord. Bell is Cornelius Abel, the family's eldest. He's been here 4 months, running the western end of an operation that goes back 3 years and spans 43 properties. Pell had his hands around his whiskey glass and was looking at the table surface, the careful posture of a man removing himself from a conversation he's present for. Cord was quiet for a long moment. You're going to tell me that's not your work, Sample said. It's not my work. But you knew about it. Cord looked at him. I knew the warrant connected to interests larger than a family grievance. I didn't have the specifics. You have them now. You've given them to me, yes. And Cord took a drink. He set the glass down and looked at it with the expression of a man making a calculation that has more variables than he'd started the evening with. My contract is the warrant. The land operation is outside my contract. Your contract was issued by the same family that's running the land operation, Sample said. You're the legal instrument pointing at DOS while Bell runs the acquisition operation behind it. While I manage your warrant, I'm not managing the fraud. That's the design. Cord said nothing. A man with your record goes back to Columbus with DOS and the story of what the Abel family has been running in Oregon Territory. And what happens to that record depends on how much of the story he tells and to who. Sample looked at him steadily. Or a man with your record decides his contract has taken on characteristics he didn't agree to when he signed it. The bar noise went on around them. Pell took a careful sip of whiskey. Cord turned his glass one more time and left it. I'll need 3 days before I move on DOS, Cord said. I'm telling you that as a professional courtesy, not as a negotiation. 3 days, Sample said. 3 days. Cord stood, and he left money on the table for the drinks without counting it, the gesture of a man who had other things to count. He put on his hat. That letter you got from Gann's man, he said. I know about the man. I've been behind him since Missouri. He looked at Sample. I'm not the only one following him. He went out. Pell looked up from his whiskey. What does that mean? It means Cornelius Abel has his own people in the field, and they're not all running warrants. Sample pulled his coat on. Go home, August. Lock the door. Should I be worried? You should lock the door, Sample said, and went out after Cord into the mist. The county assessor's side door opened at 8:10, and Tillis held it with the expression of a man who had not slept particularly well and had decided that cooperation was the faster route to sleeping well again. Come in, he said. Quick. The assessor's office at this hour smelled like cold paper and the remnant warmth of a stove that had been lit 20 minutes ago and had ambitions beyond its current output. Tillis led Sample past the main counter to the back room, a narrow space running the building's depth, with shelving on both sides loaded with survey rolls in their cardboard tubes and deed ledgers in their dated sequence. He pulled 3 tubes from the shelf and laid them on the work table and unrolled the first one with the hands of a man who knew these documents the way Sample knew terrain, by touch, by the angle of the light on them, by what they showed and what they declined to show. South Tualatin Corridor, Tillis said. This is the base survey from 68. He anchored the corners with 4 flat stones kept on the table for the purpose and stepped back. This is the Railroad Commission's preliminary route study from last spring. A second roll, overlaid on the first. And this is the parcel map with current claim status. Sample leaned over the table. The base survey showed the land south of town in its essential geography, the creek drainage, the timber sections, the grade changes that a railroad would care about. The route study overlay showed a line running roughly south-southwest from Oregon City, threading between 2 ridge systems, crossing the creek at a gravel bar, running through the corridor of mature timber on the north sections of the Tualatin parcels. The parcel map showed, in 3 colors of ink, who held what. Black for established claims. Red for claims in review. Blue for recent private acquisitions. The blue parcels ran along the railroad line, like water finding a channel. Sample looked at the blue parcels, and looked at their legal descriptions, and looked at the black parcels caught between them. Bell and Associates holds these. Through 3 different purchasing entities, Tillis said. Pacific Land Trust. Willamette Holdings. A third one called Oregon Futures that filed 2 months ago. He put his finger on 2 red parcels. These 2 in review. And these 3. His finger moved. The Creedmoor claim, the North 40, is here. The North 40 sat between 2 blue parcels, like a tooth between 2 that had been pulled. They need it, Sample said. The line clips the southeast corner of it. Without the North 40, the corridor has a gap. Tillis looked at the map. A gap the railroad won't want. Breen's been manufacturing the boundary dispute to stall the claim. The survey records, I have shown no boundary discrepancy on the Creedmoor North 40, Tillis said carefully. The discrepancy Breen filed came from a resurvey request he initiated internally. He used a surveyor named Parvey. Parvey works for Bell and Associates. I found that out 2 days ago. Tillis looked at Sample. I've been in this office 11 years. Nobody has used this system to do this before. How do you know? Because I would have seen it. He said it with the flat conviction of a man who had just told himself the same thing and chosen to believe it. A man like Breen, he'd have needed the right circumstances, the right timing, someone with enough capital behind them to make the risk worth it, and enough legal scaffolding to make it look like process. The Abel family provided both. I didn't know the family's name until you told me at the bar. But you knew something. Tillis rolled the 3rd survey map with care and slid it back into its tube. I knew Parvey had been in here. I knew the Bell and Associates parcels were accumulating in a pattern. I knew 3 claims in review had complications that my office couldn't account for because the complications came from Breen's desk, not mine. He put the tube back on the shelf. I'm the county assessor. Breen's office is federal. I have no direct authority over his filings. But you have these, Sample said, looking at the maps. Yes. Can I get copies? Tillis looked at him for a long moment. You're going to Pease? Eventually. With what basis? I'm working on the basis, Sample said. The maps give me the pattern. Gann in St. Louis has the correspondence that explains the pattern. Parvy connects the survey fraud to Bell and Associates directly. He straightened. If Parvy will say so. Parvy won't say so. Not voluntarily. Tillis looked at him with the small, sharp eyes behind the florid face. You can't strong-arm a man into testimony. No, Sample said. But a man who sold railroad survey information and did fraudulent resurveys for a land acquisition scheme is a man with exposure on both ends. What he decides to do with that exposure depends on which end frightens him more. Tillis pulled 2 of the rolled copies from a lower shelf, copies he had made, Sample understood, between Tuesday evening and this morning, the copies of a man who had decided that action was better than the alternative he'd been living with for 3 months. He held them out. I made those for myself, Tillis said, in case anything happened to the originals. Good thinking, Sample said, and took them. The Creedmoor house on the South Tualatin Road looked better than it had any right to look, given that the Creedmoors had been in it less than a month. Harlan had replaced the step, the door, the window sashes. He'd built a lean-to woodshed against the south wall that was square and solid and chinked against the weather with the same care he brought to everything he built. The kitchen garden was staked out and waiting for spring, the stakes driven in their rows with the regularity of something Harlan had measured rather than approximated, because Harlan Creedmoor did not approximate things he could measure. The sound of his axe came from behind the house as Sample came up the path, a steady, unhurried rhythm, each stroke placed where the wood needed it, the sound of a man working through a cord of it with no particular rush and no intention of stopping until it was done. Sample knocked, and Ruth opened the door with a letter in her hand. She looked at his face, and then at the letter and back at his face, and she stepped aside to let him in. The kitchen smelled like coffee and the morning's bread, still warm, and Pell's work was visible in the wainscoting along the lower walls, the joints clean, the wood sanded to a smoothness that caught the morning light from the east window. Ruth set the letter on the table, and pulled 2 cups from the shelf, and poured from the pot on the stove and sat down. Sample sat across from her and looked at the letter. It had the land office seal on its face. This morning, Ruth said. James brought it from town. Sample picked it up and read it. 1 page, formal language, the measured bureaucratic prose of a document designed to communicate a problem without appearing to create one. A boundary discrepancy on the north portion of the Creedmoor donation land claim. A resurvey ordered by the Federal Land Office, to be conducted by a certified surveyor at the claimant's expense. All improvements on the disputed section to be suspended pending resolution. An indeterminate timeline, subject to surveyor availability and federal review. He set it down. This is the thing you've been watching for, Ruth said. Yes. How many other families? 7 that I've confirmed. Probably more I haven't found yet. She turned her cup on the table. The axe outside kept its rhythm, stroke and return, stroke and return. Harlan working through the morning without knowledge of what was sitting on his kitchen table. What do they want? The North 40 sits between 2 parcels Bell and Associates already holds. The railroad line runs through it. Without it, their corridor has a gap. Sample kept his voice level, informational, the way you delivered things to Ruth Creedmoor. She wanted the fact, not the management of it. They want the claim to lapse, or they want to buy it cheap from a family that's decided the fight costs more than the land. The discrepancy. There isn't one. Parvy, the surveyor Breen named, works for Bell and Associates. He'll produce a survey showing a discrepancy that doesn't exist in any record Tillis has at the assessor's office. Ruth looked at the letter. Can you prove that? Not yet. I have the pattern. I need the connection between Parvy and the survey fraud documented in a way Pease can act on. How long? Days. not weeks. Harlan gets home for lunch, Ruth said. I know. He'll ask me what that letter is. Tell him it's a land office notice, and you're handling it. Ruth looked at him over her cup. I can tell Harlan that once. After that, he asks again, and I tell him the truth, because that's the arrangement we have. She set the cup down. So you have one lunch to have something more than a pattern and a need. Understood. He won't sell, Ruth said. It came out with the flatness of a thing stated rather than argued. Harlan has broken ground on those 40 acres. He's had his hands in that soil. You could offer him 3 times what it's worth, and he'd tell you where to put the money. She looked at the window, the yard beyond it, the lean-to woodshed Harlan had built with its squared corners and its solid chinking. If they push him, he'll push back. And then they'll have a reason to push harder, and it escalates and someone gets hurt. She turned back. Harlan will not be the one who backs down. I know it. So you need to end this before it reaches him. I'm working on it. That's not an answer, Mr. Sample. It's the only honest one I have right now. He picked up the letter and folded it along the envelope's original crease and set it back on the table. The land fraud gets Pease's attention. Pease has the authority to suspend Breen's operations and order an independent resurvey. If the independent survey shows no discrepancy, which it won't, because there isn't one, the complication goes away, and the claim process is clean. And if Pease won't move fast enough, he'll move, Sample said. He built this territory's judicial system. He'll be furious when he understands what's been run inside it. You sound certain about a man you met at a dinner party last night. I'm certain about the kind of man who builds something and is proud of it, Sample said. That kind of man is the easiest to motivate. You show him what's been done inside what he built, and he doesn't need convincing. He needs containing. Ruth looked at him steadily. The axe outside had stopped. A pause, a repositioning, and then it started again. What do you need from me? Time. And James. She looked at the door to the back room, where the hallway ran to the rear of the house. James isn't in this. James is already in it. He watched that land office for 3 days before I told him to stop. Sample looked at the hallway. He has his mother's eyes, and he sees what they land on. I need someone who can move through this town without drawing attention, and who understands what he's looking at when he sees it. He's 16. I know how old he is. Ruth looked at the hallway for a moment, then at the window, then at her cup. The axe worked its patient rhythm outside. What would he do? Watch Parvy's office. Note who goes in and out. Times descriptions. Nothing else. Nothing else, Ruth said, in the tone of a woman repeating a promise back to its maker, so there was no confusion later about what the promise covered. Nothing else, Sample said. She picked up the letter and looked at it one more time. You'll have what you need before lunch. I'll try. Try harder than that. She stood and went to the stove and refilled her cup, and the conversation was finished, which was how Ruth Creedmoor finished conversations, not with a conclusion but with a motion, something to do next, the turning away from the settled thing toward the next unsettled one. Sample stood. James was in the hallway doorway. He had his coat on and his hat in his hand, and he'd been there long enough to have heard most of it, and his face held the look he got when he was taking notes. Not the obvious attention of someone listening hard, but the quiet, receptive stillness of someone letting the information arrive without interfering with it. Sample looked at him. James looked back. Ruth said from the stove, "There's wood needs splitting, James." James looked at his mother's back and at Sample and put his hat on. He went out through the kitchen door into the yard, and a moment later the second axe began, lighter than Harlan's, faster, with the slightly uneven rhythm of someone still learning the stroke. Sample took the letter from the table. He had the survey maps from Tillis in the rolled tubes under his arm, and the letter in his hand, and 3 days before Cord moved on Doss, and however long before Cornelius Abel understood that the pattern had been found, and decided what to do about it, and all of it was moving at the same time in different directions, and the question was whether he could bring it to the same place before it flew apart. He went to the door, opened it. Harlan Creedmoor was standing in the yard, 10 feet from the door with his axe in his hand, and a split log at his feet, looking at Sample with the patient, unhurried attention of a man who has been working within earshot of a kitchen conversation and has made his own accounting of what it meant. He didn't ask anything. Sample looked at him. Harlan Creedmoor, broad-chested and deep-weathered, with soil already on his hands at 8:30 in the morning, and an axe in his fist, and no particular need to be told things he'd already figured out. "The North 40, Harlan said. "Yes," Sample said. Harlan looked at the rolled maps under Sample's arm. He looked at the letter in Sample's hand. He looked at James, splitting wood at the side of the lean-to with the lighter axe and the learning stroke. "You fix it," Harlan said. Not a question. Not a plea. An instruction, delivered with the certainty of a man telling a good horse what direction to go, on the assumption that the horse knew its job. He split the log at his feet with one stroke, clean through, and picked up the 2 halves and carried them to the woodpile, and the matter was settled as far as Harlan Creedmoor was concerned. Sample walked down the path toward town with the maps under his arm and the land office notice in his pocket, and Cord's 3-day clock running somewhere behind everything else. And above the dry goods on 3rd Street, Parvy's office window caught the morning light and held it. Chapter 5. Sample was across the street, in the doorway of the closed millinery, when Cord walked into the Territorial Hotel at 9:30 on Thursday morning. He'd been watching the hotel since 7. 2 cups of coffee from the bakery down the block, drunk standing in that doorway, and the Oregon City morning had organized itself around him, the freight wagons moving up Main, the smoke from the mill rising straight in the cold still air, a clear day for once, the kind that came through in January between storms and showed you the mountains to the east with a clarity that made them look closer than they were and more demanding than you'd been thinking about them. Cord had 2 men with him. Not the 5 from Kansas, 2. A smaller number that said he'd recalculated the requirement, which itself said he'd recalculated what kind of resistance he expected, which said Cord had been thinking about the bar conversation at the Pacific Hotel and had drawn conclusions. The 2 men were capable. Sample read that from the street, from the way they moved with Cord without being directed, taking positions flanking the hotel entrance as Cord went through the door. Not young. Not reckless. Men who had worked with Cord long enough to know the choreography without the cues. Sample stayed in the doorway. 40 minutes later, Cord came out. He came out differently than he'd gone in. Not visibly, not in any way that would register to someone not watching for it. But the angle of his shoulders had shifted, and he'd buttoned his top coat button, which he hadn't had buttoned going in. And he stood on the hotel porch for 3 seconds before coming down to the street, which was 3 seconds of a man organizing what he'd just been told into the work he was here to do. Bell's room was on the 2nd floor. Sample had established that Tuesday evening. He'd seen the lamp in the window, and he'd seen Bell's silhouette twice crossing behind the glass, and he'd put it in the same place he put things he needed to find later. The 2 men fell in beside Cord, and the 3 of them moved up the street toward the land office. Sample came out of the doorway and followed at a block's distance. Cord turned before he reached the land office and came back down the cross street toward the river, and Sample understood this as deliberate. The man had seen him at the millinery doorway, or had assumed him there, and was creating the meeting rather than waiting for it to find him. Sample cut left, went down an alley, came out on the river street 2 blocks ahead, and was leaning against the railing above the falls when Cord appeared at the end of the block. Cord came up and stood beside him at the railing. His 2 men positioned themselves 15 yards back and occupied themselves with not appearing to. Below, the Willamette fell over its basalt ledge with the violence of a thing that had been doing this for longer than anyone alive and intended to keep doing it, regardless of the railing above or the men beside it, or anything else the town had built around the fact of it. The sound came up through the railing, in a vibration you felt in your hands before you heard it with your ears, and the mist from the falls hung in the cold January air, and caught the morning light and made small temporary rainbows in the updraft. "You were across the street," Cord said. "I was. Since 7 o'clock. 6:30, Sample said. Cord looked at the falls. "He told me about the survey maps." "Tillis. Bell told you." "He has sources in the assessor's office." "Not Tillis himself. Someone in the office who saw you come in the side door at 8 yesterday morning." Cord put both hands on the railing. "He knows you have the maps. Then he knows what the maps show. He knows what they show, and he knows you're going to peas with them." Cord's voice held its professional register, the tone of a man delivering a situation report rather than a warning. "He asked me to move on DOS today instead of waiting." "He asked you." "He made the request. My contract is with the family, not with Bell individually, but the family's interests and Bell's interests are combined," Sample said. "Close enough." Sample looked at the falls. The water came over the ledge in a brown continuous curtain and disappeared into the white turbulence below, and came out the other side as river again, changed but still itself. "Bell wants Doss in custody before I take the maps to peas. Doss in custody gives the family a response to the fraud exposure. They say the maps are fabricated, part of a campaign to free a man the law has properly charged." "That's the argument, yes." "And you move on Doss today because Bell asked you to." Cord said nothing. "Is that the job you took?" Sample said. "Or did the job change somewhere between Columbus and here, and you've been following the change without looking at it directly?" Cord's hands tightened on the railing, a brief adjustment and released. "The warrant is valid. The warrant is valid, and the man who's now directing its execution is running a land fraud that the warrant is designed to protect." Sample turned from the falls and looked at Cord. "Those aren't the same thing." "No," Cord said. "They're not. But you're going to do it. I'm a recovery agent. I have federal paper. Doss committed a homicide in Ohio. Doss stepped over his beaten sister to reach the man beating her and used a fireplace poker, and the man died, and the judge who issued the warrant is that man's nephew, and the sheriff who served it is that man's cousin's son." Sample let that sit for a moment above the sound of the falls. "You have all of that in your case file. You've had it since Columbus." Cord looked at his hands on the railing. "You knew what the warrant was when you took the contract," Sample said. "You've known the whole way. And you took it because a warrant is a warrant, and your record is your record, and you've worked clean for 20 years, and you told yourself the law was the law regardless of what was underneath it." He looked at Cord steadily. "That's a reasonable position for a reasonable man. Until the man paying for the warrant turns it into something else." "What Bell does with the land office isn't my work," Cord said. "No, it isn't. But moving on Doss today, instead of at the end of the week because Bell asked you to, that's your work. That's you doing Bell's work under the cover of a warrant. Sample moved back from the railing. That's a different thing than what you agreed to. Cord was quiet for a long time. The falls made their permanent argument below. One of his men, 15 yards back, shifted his weight to the other foot and said nothing. Bell thinks you're going to Pease today, Cord said. I'm not going to Pease today. Cord looked at him. I'm not ready to go to Pease today, Sample said. I need Parvy documented before Pease, and Parvy hasn't given me what I need. He looked up the street, toward the dry goods and the second-floor window above it. Bell moved your timeline up because he thinks I'm moving. I'm not moving as fast as he thinks. Why are you telling me this? Because you just told me he has a source in the assessor's office, which tells me he has sources elsewhere, and I need to know which moves to make in which order. Sample picked up his hat, which he'd set on the railing post. And because you're deciding something right now, and I'd rather you decide it with accurate information. Cord looked at him for a moment. What am I deciding? Whether the job changed enough that you changed with it. Sample put the hat on. Or whether it didn't. Cord turned back to the railing and looked at the falls. The mist moved up through the cold air, and the small rainbows shifted and vanished and reappeared in the updraft. DOS by the end of the week, Cord said. It came out with less certainty than the first time he'd said it, 2 nights ago at the Pacific Hotel, and they both heard the difference and neither of them addressed it. I need 4 days, Sample said. I gave you 3. I need 4. Cord's jaw worked. He kept his eyes on the falls. What happens in 4 days? Either I have what I need to give Pease, or I don't. If I don't, you move on DOS and I find another way to get to Pease. If I do, Sample looked at the hotel up the street, the second-floor window, the lamp that burned behind it even in the morning. If I do, the warrant becomes the least of what the Abel family is managing. Cord turned from the railing. He looked at Sample with the gray eyes that had been reading people across tables and across distances for 20 years, and Sample held the look without manufacturing anything in it. No appeal, no threat, just the flat honesty of a man who had laid out the available facts and was waiting for the other man to do something with them. 4 days, Cord said. I'm not confirming 4 days. I'm telling you, I heard you say 4 days. That's enough, Sample said. Cord moved off up the street toward his men, and the 3 of them turned the corner and were gone. And Sample stood at the railing above the falls for another minute and looked at the water coming over the basalt ledge and listened to the sound of it work through his hands and thought about a warrant that was valid and a man who had been running it for 5 months and had gotten to Oregon City and found that what he'd been running had been pointed at something larger than a murder charge in Ohio, and was now deciding whether that mattered. It mattered to Cord. Sample could see it. The 2 times Cord had picked up his coffee cup and set it down without drinking, the hands on the railing, the jaw. Those were not the movements of a man untroubled by his choices. They were the movements of a man who had organized his professional life around a set of principles that were now in friction with each other, and who had not yet found the resolution. That friction was the thing to work with. Sample left the railing and walked up the river street toward 3rd Street and the dry goods and the surveyor's office above it. He had 4 days, and the maps from Tillis, and the question of what Parvy would say when the right pressure was applied to the right exposure. And behind him, the hotel window on the 2nd floor where Cornelius Abel was burning a lamp in the January daylight, and thinking about what his source in the assessor's office had told him. He went up the stairs beside the dry goods without pausing at the bottom of them. The door at the top said Parvy Survey, Western Territories, in painted letters that had been done with care and had started to chip at the corners, the paint losing its argument with the damp air of an Oregon winter. Sample knocked. Nothing. He knocked again, and heard from inside the specific silence of someone who had heard the knock and was deciding not to respond to it, which was a different silence than the silence of an empty room. "Parvy," Sample said through the door. "I've got the Tillis survey maps. You want to talk here, or you want to talk somewhere Cord can see us both?" A long pause. Then the scrape of a chair. Then footsteps. The door opened. Parvy was shorter than Sample had expected from the description. Compact, sandy-haired, with a surveyor's squint from years of working instruments in bright light, and the careful face of a man who had been counting exits since the knock. He looked at Sample, and at the rolled maps under Sample's arm, and at the empty stairwell behind Sample. And he stepped back from the door in a way that was not quite an invitation, and not quite a refusal. Sample went in. The office smelled like India ink, and the linseed oil of drafting instruments, and underneath both, the specific anxiety of a man who had been waiting for a knock that he knew was eventually coming, and had not prepared for it as well as he'd intended. On the drafting table, pinned open and weighted at the corners, was a survey overlay. Sample looked at it. The railroad spur route, precise and red-inked, running south-southwest through the Tualatin corridor. And on it, marked in blue, the parcels that Bell and Associates held or was acquiring, with survey coordinates in Parvy's hand at each boundary, including the Creedmoor North 40. Marked and measured and already incorporated into the corridor design, as if the claim had already lapsed. Parvy saw Sample looking at it, and moved to roll it up, and Sample put his hand flat on the table. "Leave it," Sample said. Parvy left it. "Sit down," Sample said. Parvy sat. Sample pulled the chair from the corner, and set it across the drafting table from Parvy, and sat and looked at the man, and at the map, and at the man again. Outside the window, the January morning held its unusual clarity. The mountains east of the valley visible above the roofline, white-capped, enormous, the kind of view that made a man understand that Oregon City was a small thing set in a large country, and the large country had its own accounting of small things and their permanence. "Tell me about Dutch Parvy and the Northern Pacific Survey Team," Sample said. Parvy's hands went flat on his thighs. "Start where you want," Sample said. "But start." Chapter 6. Parvy had a surveyor's hands, thick through the knuckles, ink-stained at the fingertips, with the particular callus that came from years of holding instruments against the wind. He kept them flat on his thighs, and looked at the map on the drafting table, and did not look at Sample. "The Northern Pacific dismissed you in '72, Sample said. "I resigned," Parvy said. "The dismissal papers say otherwise." Parvy's jaw moved. "You don't have the dismissal papers." "I will by tomorrow," Sample said. "But I've spoken to enough people who've read them to know what they say, which is conduct inconsistent with the survey charter." He looked at the railroad spur overlay on the table, the red line running through the corridor, the blue parcels of Bell and Associates arranged along it like a fence. That's a sentence written by people who needed to document the problem without naming it directly. Railroad men write that sentence when someone sold what he knew. Parvy looked at the map. "You were on the Oregon Survey Team," Sample said. "The preliminary route work. You had coordinates 8 months before the commission made them public." "I was a surveyor," Parvy said. "I did survey work." "You did survey work, and you sold the product of it to a man named Greer Abel, who was acting as an agent for a family in Columbus, Ohio, and they used those coordinates to acquire land along the unannounced spur route before anyone who actually lived on it knew what was coming." Sample kept his voice at the register he used for facts, Not accusatory, not gentle, just the delivery of things that were true and needed to be said aloud so both men in the room understood they were in the same room with them. How much did they pay you? Parvi said nothing. It matters to how I understand what came next, Sample said. Not to whether it happened. Parvi looked at his hands. He'd stopped keeping them flat, and they'd curled slightly at the fingers, the unconscious grip of a man holding something that isn't there. $3,000, he said. In 71. Before the dismissal. Before they found out. Before someone at the commission talked. He breathed out through his nose. I knew one of the other surveyors had been doing the same thing. Different party, different interests. When they caught him, they went back through all the survey team's movements and found the overlap in my territory. But they dismissed you quietly. The commission didn't want it public. The land grant implications, he stopped. Found the stripped version. If it came out that survey information had been sold, the entire preliminary route process was compromised. Every parcel acquisition along the route became legally questionable. They needed it contained. So they let you resign and kept it quiet, and you came west and went to work for Bell & Associates, which was the entity that had bought your information in the first place. Parvi looked at him for the first time since he'd sat. His eyes were tired, in the way that eyes get when a man has been doing the same tired calculation for years and has never arrived at a result he can live with. I needed work. They needed someone who knew the corridor precisely. It was convenient, Sample said. Yes. He said the word like a man swallowing something. And the Creedmoor resurvey. Parvi looked at the map. Breen sent you the request, Sample said. You produced a survey showing a boundary discrepancy that doesn't exist in any record Tillis has at the assessor's office. The discrepancy is fabricated. The boundary is ambiguous, Parvi said. There's a legitimate. Parvi. He stopped. I have Tillis's maps, Sample said. The original 68 survey and the parcel records. The Creedmoor North 40 has clean boundary markers on all four corners. Whoever set those markers knew what they were doing. He leaned forward slightly. You know that. You did the original corridor work. You've seen those markers. Parvi's hands went back to flat on his thighs. The resurvey Breen ordered puts the Creedmoor claim into dispute so it lapses or sells cheap, Sample said. The North 40 goes to Bell & Associates and the corridor is complete. That's what the resurvey is for. I didn't fabricate the boundary discrepancy, Parvi said. I wrote the report Breen needed. I used legitimate survey language to describe an ambiguity that I knew was not significant. You made a minor ambiguity look major. Yes. Knowing the claim would stall. Yes. Sample looked at him. Parvi sat behind his drafting table with the railroad overlay spread across it and the blue parcels of Bell & Associates running along the route and the Creedmoor North 40 marked as already incorporated. And he had the look of a man who had been standing in a hole of his own digging for so long that he'd stopped noticing the depth and had only started noticing it again when someone stood at the top and looked down. I need the correspondence, Sample said, between you and Greer Abel, and your copy of the Northern Pacific dismissal papers. Parvi looked at him. You kept them, Sample said. Surveyors keep everything. Documentation is the job. You kept them because you knew that someday someone would be in this room and you'd need to show your side of it. A long pause. Outside the window, Oregon City moved through its morning. A wagon on the street below, two men talking on the dry goods porch, the mill running its constant background register downstream. "If I give you those papers," Parvy said, "Bell finds out. Bell already knows I was in this building. He has a source in the assessor's office and probably others." Sample stood. "He's going to know, regardless of what you give me. The question is whether you're standing with the evidence when it goes to Pease or standing against it." Pease. Parvy said the name with the reverence men used for it in this territory, the judge who built the system that was this territory's claim to being more than wilderness with intentions. "Pease is friendly with Bell. Pease is friendly with a man named C.N. Bell, who is a Portland land investor," Sample said. "He's not yet met Cornelius Abel of Columbus, Ohio. When he does, the friendliness will be a different thing entirely." Parvy looked at the map one more time. He looked at it with the eyes of a surveyor, not at the land fraud overlaid on it, but at the survey itself, at the precision of the red line and the accuracy of the coordinates, and the clean work that sat underneath the dirty use it had been put to. A man looking at something he'd done well that had been used badly. He got up and went to the cabinet behind his desk. He came back with a leather portfolio, worn at the corners, and set it on the drafting table beside the map. "The Abel correspondence is in there," he said. 8 letters. "The dismissal papers are in the back." He kept his hand on the portfolio for a moment. "I want it on record with whoever record ends up mattering to, that I did not know what the information would be used for when I sold it. I knew it would be used for land acquisition. I didn't know the acquisition was going to run against existing settlers. Did you know by the time you did the Creedmoor resurvey?" Parvy took his hand off the portfolio. "Yes," he said. Sample picked up the portfolio and tucked it under his arm with the Tillis maps. He went to the door and stopped with his hand on the frame. "Stay in Oregon City," he said. "Don't go to Bell. Don't send him a message. Don't do anything that changes what's in that portfolio. And if he comes to me, tell him everything is fine," Sample said. "Tell him the resurvey report is filed and the Creedmoor claim is stalling on schedule. And when it comes out, it'll come out fast once it comes out," Sample said. "That's better for you than letting it come out slow." He went down the stairs to the street. The Creedmoor house was a 20-minute walk south. Sample covered it with the portfolio under his arm and the Tillis maps and thought about Parvy sitting behind his drafting table with the railroad overlay and the blue parcels and $3,000 he'd spent 3 years ago on whatever it is a man spends $3,000 on when he tells himself it's not wrong, just practical. The house was quiet when he came up the path. No axe. Harlan's wagon gone from the side lot, which meant he was on the claim itself, the south section, the bottomland he'd been clearing since the first week. James's dun tied at the fence rail. Ruth's kitchen garden stakes, standing in their measured rows in the January mud. He knocked. James opened it. Behind him, at the kitchen table, sat Gon's courier, the young man from the alley, thinner now than when Sample had sent him to the Creedmoor house 4 days ago, but with color back in his face and the specific alertness of someone who had eaten regular meals and slept in a warm room and was now ready to resume being useful. He had a thick envelope on the table in front of him. "Came this morning," the courier said. "Forwarded from St. Louis through Portland. 3 stops total." He slid it across the table. "Mr. Gann said to put it in your hands, not to leave it." Sample set the portfolio and the map tubes on the table and picked up the envelope. It had the weight of a document rather than a letter. Several pages, stiff paper, something folded inside. He broke the seal. Walter Gann wrote the way lawyers wrote when they were certain of something and wanted that certainty to survive any challenge. incomplete sentences, numbered points, with citations at the margins in a smaller hand. The letter ran 4 pages. Sample read it, standing at the kitchen table, while James watched from the doorway, and the courier sat with his hands around a coffee cup Ruth had given him. The first page established the chain of custody for the satchel documents, how Clara had found them, how she'd delivered them to Gan's office, how Gan had catalogued them against their originals before copying. The second page laid out the coordinates discrepancy. Greer-Abel's survey notes contained precise coordinates for parcels along what Gan had confirmed, through a contact at the Northern Pacific Commission, was the preliminary Oregon spur route. The Commission's survey data for that route had been marked confidential until its public release in early 1872. Greer-Abel's notes were dated 8 months before that release. The third page named Dutch Parvey, dismissed from the Northern Pacific Survey Team in September 1872 for conduct inconsistent with the survey charter. Gan had obtained a copy of the dismissal notice through his commission contact. The notice named no specific infraction, but referenced a formal inquiry into the Oregon Survey Team's data security, conducted internally and closed without public disclosure. The fourth page was Gan's assessment. Clean and unsparing, the way a lawyer wrote when he was not performing confidence but had it. The paper trail as it stands establishes a probable connection between the survey data sold by Parvey, the coordinates in Greer-Abel's notes, and the land acquisitions conducted by Bell and Associates in the South Tualatin corridor. This is not yet a prosecutable case. It is the foundation of one. What is needed to complete it? Parvey's direct testimony or documentary evidence linking him to the sale. The Abel family's Washington attorney will move to discredit the satchel documents as fabricated. Independent corroboration from the Oregon end is essential. Sample set the letter down. He looked at the portfolio on the table, at the Tillis map tubes beside it, at the Gan letter. 3 sources, all independent, all pointing at the same set of facts from different directions. Is it good? James said from the doorway. It's enough, Sample said. Ruth came in from the back room with a dish towel over her shoulder and looked at the table and at Sample's face and at the courier and back at Sample. Tell me what you need. A meeting with Pease, Sample said. Today, if possible. Do you know anyone who has regular access to his chambers? Mrs. Whitfield, Ruth said. She's on the courthouse building committee. She has appointments with Pease twice a week about the construction. Can you get to her this morning? I can be there in 20 minutes. Tell her I need 30 minutes with Pease. Tell her it concerns the land office. Ruth untied her apron and hung it on the hook by the stove. She took her coat from beside the door and put it on with the efficiency of a woman who had decided and was now doing. James, she said. James straightened in the doorway. You stay here, she said. You don't go near 3rd Street, the land office, or the Territorial Hotel. Yes, ma'am. She went out. The courier looked at Sample. Should I wait? Go back to your room, Sample said. Write to Gan. Tell him we have Parvey's correspondence and the Northern Pacific dismissal papers. Tell him we're going to Pease today. He picked up the envelope and folded it back into its original shape. Tell him we need Clara's copies of the satchel documents here as fast as she can travel. She may already be through the passes, the courier said. Then she may already be close. Sample picked up the portfolio and the map tubes. Either way, tell him. The courier went. Sample stood in the Creedmoor kitchen with the documents under his arm and the coffee going cold on the stove, and James watching him from the doorway. What do you need me to do? James said. Nothing right now. I could. James. Sample looked at him. There's a moment in a thing like this where the work shifts from gathering to moving, and when it shifts, the gathering has to stop. You've done good work. Stay here. Don't be on that street. James looked at the floor and back up. The face of a young man receiving an instruction he found insufficient and was deciding to honor anyway. Yes, sir. Sample went out. Pease's chambers were on the second floor of the federal building on the hill above Main Street, in the part of the building that had been finished, while the courthouse portion was still under framing below. A clerk outside the door, young, serious, with the groomed ambition of someone who intended to use this position as a step toward something, told Sample that Judge Pease had 15 minutes between 11 and 11:15, and that Mrs. Whitfield had sent word that a Mr. Sample should be admitted. He was admitted at 11. Pease's chambers had the feel of a room that had been arranged by a man who read standing up, books on every surface, briefs stacked in order of urgency on the desk, a territory map covering most of one wall with pencil notations in Pease's hand at various points. The window behind the desk looked out over the courthouse framing below, and the town beyond it, and the valley running south until the hills took it, and on a clear day like this one, you could see the timber sections of the South Tualatin corridor from that window. Pease stood when Sample came in, and did not offer his hand or indicate a chair. He was a man who conducted his chambers as he conducted his courtroom, which was on his terms and on his timeline. Mrs. Whitfield said it concerned the land office, Pease said. It does. Sample put the documents on the desk, the Tillis maps, the Parvy portfolio, the Gann letter in that order. I need you to look at these. Pease looked at the stack. Then he sat and put on his reading glasses and picked up the first document, which was the Tillis base survey, and he read it with the attention of a man for whom reading was a professional act, complete and deliberate, nothing skimmed. He went through all of it. 12 minutes. The Tillis maps, the Parvy correspondence, the dismissal papers, the Gann letter. Sample stood and did not speak, and watched the judge read. And what he watched was the slow, involuntary reorganization of a mind processing information that contradicted something it had accepted. Not dramatic. Not visible in any single moment. A slight settling around the eyes. A pause between one document and the next that lasted 2 seconds longer than it needed to. The hand that picked up the Gann letter and set it down and picked it up again. Pease took his glasses off. Where did you get Parvy's correspondence with the Able party? He said. Parvy gave it to me this morning. He has the originals. I have copies he made himself. He gave it to you voluntarily. He understood what his options were. Pease looked at the map, at the blue parcels and the red spur line, at the Creedmoor North 40, sitting between two Bell and Associates holdings. The Creedmoor resurvey, he said. Breen ordered it. Yes. On what basis? A boundary discrepancy that Parvy's resurvey manufactured. The original 68 survey shows clean markers on all 4 corners. Tillis has that survey. I have copies. Pease put his glasses on the desk beside the documents. He looked at the wall map with its pencil notations. His own work, his own hand, months of reading this territory and marking what he understood of it. He looked at it for a moment, and then turned back to the desk. You said this morning when you made the appointment, Pease said. Yes. You went to Parvy first. I went to Parvy last night. The Gann letter arrived this morning, and corroborates what Parvy gave me independently. Sample watched Pease's face. 2 sources that have no connection to each other reaching the same set of facts. Pease looked at the Gann letter. Gann's contact at the Northern Pacific Commission. Who is that? I don't know. Gon's letter doesn't name him. I'll need the name. I'll get it from Gan. Pease was quiet. He turned his glasses over in his fingers, a slow rotation, and looked at the territory map, and then at the documents on his desk, and then at Sample. CN. Bell, he said. Yes. He contributed to the courthouse fund last month. I know. Pease set his glasses down. He looked at the desk surface, at the briefs stacked in their urgency order, at the system of a man who had built this territory's legal apparatus from nothing and had maintained it for 20 years with the conviction that what he'd built was worth maintaining. If what these documents show is accurate, Pease said, Bell has been operating a land fraud scheme inside the federal land office of this territory for the better part of a year, using a federal clerk to delay legitimate claims, using a surveyor dismissed from a federal survey team for data theft to manufacture false boundary disputes. He said it with the precision of a man reading an indictment aloud, hearing for the first time what the words added up to. Under my jurisdiction. Yes, Sample said. Pease was quiet for a long time. The courthouse framing outside the window stood in the January light, raw timber and good work, the skeleton of something being built to last. What are you asking me to do? Pease said. Right now, nothing. I'm asking you to know what I know. Sample picked up his hat. I need 2 more things before you can act. Gon's contact at the Northern Pacific Commission named on the record, and Clara Doss, who has the original Satchel documents and is on the road from St. Louis. How long? Days. She left before Gon's courier. And in those days, Cord has a valid warrant for Calhoun Doss. He's agreed to hold on executing it, but that agreement has a limit. Sample looked at the judge. If Cord moves on Doss before I can bring you the full case, the family uses Doss's arrest to discredit everything else. I can't suspend a valid federal warrant, Pease said. Not on the basis of what's in front of me. Not yet. I'm not asking you to. What are you asking? I'm asking whether you know any reason why Cord might want to wait a few more days before he executes. Sample held his hat. Some reason a federal judge might provide. Pease looked at him. The deep lines of the old face held their arrangement, giving nothing away, which was a different thing from deciding nothing. Get me the commission contact's name, he said. And get Gon's woman here with those original documents. Yes, sir. And Sample. Judge. The Creedmoor claim, Pease said. The resurvey Breen ordered. Is the family living on that claim? They are. They've been improving it since November. Pease looked at the window. At the valley running south. I'm going to look at the original 68 survey myself. Tonight. He picked up his glasses. If I find what you're telling me I'll find, I may have a few questions for Mr. Breen tomorrow morning. Sample left. He walked down the federal building steps to the street, and turned south toward the river, and stood at the corner where the view opened, the valley below, the Tualatin Hills to the south, the timber sections dark against the winter sky. Somewhere in those dark sections, Harlan Creedmoor was working his bottomland with no knowledge of what had been arranged around him, clearing ground with a methodical certainty that the ground was his. The documents were with Pease. Pease was looking. Breen would know by tomorrow that Pease had been to see the 68 survey. Breen would tell Bell. Bell would tell Cord. Sample had 2 days at the outside before the arrangement fell apart and everyone started moving at once, and Clara Doss was on a road somewhere in the mountains with a carpetbag and oilskin documents and a wrist that had healed crooked, and 6 weeks' worth of hard travel between her and the thing that needed her. He went to find the courier. He needed a fast horse going east, and he needed it going now. Chapter 7. He told himself he was just going to walk past. That was the plan, going out the Creedmoor kitchen door at 9:30 in the morning, walk up Main Street, turn on 7th, go past the Territorial Hotel on the way to the feed store where he was supposed to pick up a bolt order for his father, and note whatever there was to note about the hotel's exterior in the course of going past it. Nothing more. He'd done that kind of pass 3 times in the last week, varying the side of the street, varying the time of day, and each time he'd told himself the same thing and had walked past and hadn't gone in and had come back with nothing except what was visible from a sidewalk. He was on the opposite side of 7th, 10 yards from the hotel entrance when Bell came out. Not Bell, one of Bell's men. James had seen him twice before, going in and out of the hotel, a compact, precise man of about 40, who carried himself with the bearing of someone whose job required him to be in a room before the person he worked for arrived in it. He came out of the hotel's front door and turned north up the block and walked away with the purpose of a man running an errand, and James watched him go and looked at the hotel entrance and at the street in both directions and made the decision in the time it took to make it. He crossed the street and went in. The lobby of the Territorial Hotel smelled like wood smoke and lamp oil and the slightly damp warmth of a building that had been sealed against January cold. A clerk behind the front desk looked up, a young man, younger than James by a year or two, with the anxious helpfulness of someone new to the job and still performing it consciously. "Morning," James said. "I'm looking for work. Survey work, drafting, that kind of thing. Somebody told me there's a man out of Portland staying here who does land work." The clerk straightened. "Mr. Bell?" "I don't know his name. I was told a man out of Portland." "That would be Mr. Bell." The clerk looked toward the stairs. "He's in. 2nd floor, room 8. But he may be working. He doesn't like to be disturbed when he's working." "I can wait," James said. "If there's somewhere to wait." The clerk thought about this with the visible uncertainty of a young man doing his job without a rule for this exact situation. He uses the reading room sometimes, when he's meeting with people. He pointed to an archway off the lobby. "You could wait there. I'll let him know you're looking for work." "I appreciate it," James said. He went through the archway. The reading room was a narrow rectangle off the lobby with 3 chairs, a table, a shelf of well-worn books, and a fireplace with a low fire that was doing its best against the cold coming through the room's single window. James sat in the chair nearest the fireplace and picked up a newspaper from the table and held it open and looked at the room over the top of it. The door at the far end of the reading room was slightly open. Through the gap, a larger room, work tables, natural light from windows James couldn't see. The sound of papers. The scratch of a pen, slow and deliberate, someone working through something that required thought between marks. James set the newspaper down. He stood and crossed to the far door and pushed it open enough to see through, and then, when nothing happened, went in. The room was a working space. 2 large tables pushed together at the center, their surfaces covered in maps. Not scattered, not stacked, arranged. Each document in its place, some overlapping at their edges, the whole surface a single composite picture built from many pieces. A surveyor's instruments on the side table. Inkpots, rulers, straight edges. The lamp turned high despite the morning light, angled to eliminate shadow. James stood in the doorway and looked at it. On the near table, the railroad spur route. He recognized it from what Sample had described, the red line running south-southwest from Oregon City, threading the Tualatin corridor. But this version was different from what Sample had gotten from Parvey. More complete. More annotated. The red line here had measurements at every grade change, bridge notations at the creek crossings, elevation marks in a precise hand. On the far table, the parcels. He crossed to it. 34 properties marked in 4 colors. Green for acquired, he counted 14. Yellow for in dispute, claims stalled in the land office review process, he counted 9. Blue for not yet approached, clean claims with no action taken. Red for 2 properties with a different notation, something written in the margin beside each one in ink that was darker than the rest, added after the map was drawn. He leaned closer. The notation on the first red parcel, cord, leverage. Do not approach directly. The second red parcel, smaller, a north section of a claim that bordered 2 green parcels. He recognized the boundary coordinates. He'd watched his father stake those corners. He'd held the tape line on the east side, while his father drove the marker on the North 40's northeast corner in November, the mallet ringing in the cold morning air, both of them watching the stake go in with the satisfaction of something made permanent. The notation beside the Creedmoor North 40 read, cord if resurvey fails. Authorization pending. James stood over the map and read the notation 3 times. Read the coordinates again. Read the color key at the map's lower right corner, where the colors were explained in Bell's careful hand. Acquired, disputed, pending, cord. He heard the lobby door open. Voices, the clerk's young, slightly anxious tenor, and another voice, the compact man's voice, returning from his errand with a question for the clerk that James didn't need to hear the answer to because the footsteps were already crossing the lobby toward the reading room archway. James straightened from the map table. He looked at the door he'd come through, at the reading room beyond it, at the lobby archway where the footsteps were arriving. He took 2 steps back from the table and picked up a ruler from the side table and was standing at the surveyor's instruments examining the ruler when the compact man came through the far door. The man stopped. He looked at James, at the ruler, at the map table, at James again. Who are you? He said. James Creedmoor, sir. I was waiting in the reading room, and the door was open. I apologize, I should have stayed where I was. He set the ruler down on the instrument table where it had come from. I'm looking for survey work. The clerk said Mr. Bell does land work out of Portland, and I thought. How old are you? 17, James said. The man looked at him. He had quick, assessing eyes, and the face of someone who had managed people long enough to know when he was being told less than the truth, and he held on James for a long moment doing that knowing. Mr. Bell isn't taking on survey help, he said. Come back when you're 20 and have training. Yes, sir, James said. I appreciate your time. He went back through the reading room, through the lobby, past the clerk who gave him a sympathetic look, and out the hotel door onto 7th Street. He turned south and walked 2 blocks at a pace that was not hurried, and then turned east on an empty cross street and stopped against the wall of a cooperage and put his hands on his knees and breathed. His heart was running fast, and he let it run. He counted the seconds of it, 30, 40, and when it had slowed to something manageable, he straightened and started walking south toward the river. He needed Sample. Sample was at the Pacific Hotel bar with coffee he wasn't drinking, reading a copy of the Oregon Statesman that he wasn't reading, when James came in and crossed the room and sat across from him. Sample looked at him once. James's face was composed. His coat was buttoned wrong, 1 button off, the collar misaligned, and he hadn't noticed yet, which told Sample how fast he'd been moving. Where? Sample said. Territorial Hotel, James said. Sample set the newspaper down. I know, James said. I know what you're going to say. Tell me what you found first. James told him. He told it the way he'd learned to report things, in order without editorializing, the facts and then the facts and then the facts. The lobby. The reading room. The working room with the maps. 34 properties. 4 colors. 14 acquired, 9 in dispute, the rest pending. The 2 red parcels with the chord notation. Sample listened without moving. When James finished, Sample said, "The notation on the Creedmoor parcel." "Say it again, exactly." "Chord, if resurvey fails." "Authorization, pending." "And the first red parcel." "The other one." "Chord leverage." "Do not approach directly." Sample looked at the bar surface. The barkeep at the far end was occupied with his morning tasks and not attending to them. "What does it mean?" James said. "Chord." "It means the warrant isn't just cover." Sample looked at him. "It means Bell has been positioning Chord as a threat he can use on families who won't sell. We have a man who can be charged. That's what he's been offering to the families with clean claims who haven't been pressured yet." He paused. "And it means the Creedmoors specifically are on the list for that threat if the resurvey doesn't move the claim the way Breen needs it to." James was quiet for a moment. "He'd threatened my family with Doss's warrant." "Not threatened directly. He'd let the implications sit. A former associate of yours is wanted for murder in Ohio. The federal recovery agent is in town. It would be a shame if the connection attracted attention. People under that kind of pressure sell." James looked at the table. The stillness he went to when he was processing. His mother's stillness, not his father's, the kind that looked like absence but was the opposite of it. "How many families on the list for that kind of pressure?" "I don't know yet." "You said 2 red parcels." "2 on that map. There could be more on other maps." Sample looked at him. "You could have been caught." "I wasn't." "That's not the same thing as a good idea." James looked up from the table. "No, sir." "But you needed the map." Sample looked at him for a moment. The button-off coat, the steady eyes, the 16 years sitting behind them alongside 6 months of trail and 3 weeks of watching a land fraud develop, and the last 45 minutes of something considerably more direct. He thought about what the boy would do with the next 10 years if he came through them intact, and then he put the thought somewhere it would develop on its own and turned back to what was in front of him. "Don't do it again without telling me first," he said. "Yes, sir." "I mean it. Not the hotel, not Bell's people, not anywhere I've said to stay away from. You come to me first." "Yes, sir." "Was there a third table? Any other documents visible?" James thought. "A cabinet on the south wall. Locked. And a leather case beside the instrument table, the kind that holds rolled maps. I couldn't see how many rolls were in it." "The man who came in. Describe him again." James described him. The compact build, the 40 years, the quick eyes, the errand he'd returned from. Sample put it next to the inventory he carried of Bell's people and found it. The man who'd gone into the Territorial Hotel with Bell on Tuesday morning and come out 40 minutes later, who Sample had taken for a clerk or an assistant and was now revising upward. "He manages the operation," Sample said. "Not Bell's personal staff. Bell delegates the day-to-day to him." "He knew I was lying," James said. "He suspected. He chose the faster resolution. Get you out of the room." Sample picked up his cold coffee and put it down. "Which means he didn't want to make a scene any more than you did. Which means he's careful about attracting attention." "That's good." "It's useful." Sample stood. "Come on." James stood and buttoned his coat, and didn't notice the misalignment until Sample looked at it, and James looked down and fixed it with the quick, slightly embarrassed efficiency of a boy caught being human. They went out to the street. The January morning had gone to overcast, the clear day of yesterday replaced by the high gray ceiling of an incoming system, the mountains east of the valley gone behind cloud cover. The air smelled like cold, and the approaching storm, and the mill smoke that hung lower when the ceiling dropped. They walked south. "The 2 red parcels," James said after a block. "One of them was ours. What was the other one?" "I don't know. I need to pull Tillis's records against the coordinates you have." "I can remember the coordinates." Sample looked at him. "Both sets," James said. "I read them 3 times. I have them." Sample stopped walking. James stopped beside him and recited the coordinates of both red parcels from Bell's master map. The Creedmoor North 41st, its 4 boundary points, and then the second parcel's coordinates in order, north to south, east to west, the numbers steady and exact. Sample turned them against the map he carried in his memory. 3 weeks of reading Tillis's surveys, the corridor laid out in his thinking, the parcels in their positions. He found the coordinates. The second red parcel was south of the Creedmoor claim by half a mile. It sat between 2 green parcels, 2 Bell and Associates acquisitions that had closed quietly in the fall. He knew who held it. "Mrs. Vasquez," he said. James turned to look at him. "Elena Vasquez filed a claim in November," Sample said. 160 acres, single applicant. South section of the Tualatin corridor. He looked at the overcast sky. "Her claim has timber on the west edge." "Is she?" James stopped. Reframed the question. "Has Breen moved against her claim?" "Not yet." The notation said, "Do not approach directly." Sample started walking again. "Which means Bell knows something about her situation that makes the direct approach complicated." "What does he know?" "That she's not alone." Sample looked at the street ahead. "The Reyes family. Her cousins. They've been in this territory for 8 years, and they know everyone, and they're not the kind of family that receives pressure quietly." He considered it. Bell's been holding off because approaching Vasquez means approaching the Reyes family, and the Reyes family has reach in this community that Bell doesn't want pointed at his operation. He looked at James. He was going to use cord. Make the connection between Vasquez and Doss's warrant explicit enough to frighten her cousins into pulling back. James walked beside him and said nothing for half a block. "Does Mrs. Vasquez know?" he said. "No." "Are you going to tell her?" "After I tell Pease." Sample turned south toward the federal building. "And I need to tell Pease today." "I thought you needed the commission contact's name first." "I did. But the commission contact can come after." Sample looked at the clouds banking over the valley. "Bell's man saw you in that room. He knows a boy came in asking about survey work. He knows what was on those tables." He looked at James. "He's going to tell Bell. Bell is going to think about what a boy who came asking about survey work might have seen or remembered. And Bell is going to make a decision about how much time he can afford to give me." "How much time does he think you have?" "He thinks I'm waiting on Gon's contact at the commission before I go to Pease. He doesn't know I'm going today." "Are you going now?" "I'm going now," Sample said. "You're going home." James opened his mouth. "Home," Sample said. "Tell your mother where you've been. Tell her before she figures it out herself, which will take her about 20 minutes once she sees your face." James closed his mouth. He had the expression of a boy who had done something that had mattered and was being sent home, and who understood why he was being sent home, and who found understanding why he was being sent home to be an insufficient compensation for being sent home. "You did good work," Sample said. But But you went somewhere I told you not to go, and you almost got caught, and Belle's man is going to tell Belle, and the timeline just moved." He stopped at the corner where their directions divided. Sample north and uphill to the federal building, James south and home. "If you told me first, I could have sent you in a different way, and you'd have gotten out clean." James looked at him. "What different way?" "I'd have sent you in as a delivery boy. Pell's doing work on a building 2 doors from the hotel. You'd have had a reason to be in the lobby, a reason to be curious, a reason to look at things. The man who came back wouldn't have had anything to question." Sample held his eyes. "The plan isn't the obstacle. The planning is the obstacle. You skipped the planning because you were in front of the door and the door was there." James took this in the way he took instruction from Sample, completely without deflection, filing it in the place where he filed things he intended to use. "Yes, sir," he said. "Go home." James went south. Sample watched him go for a moment. The straight back, the purposeful stride, the 16-year-old boy who had memorized 2 sets of survey coordinates under pressure and recited them back without error, and had understood before Sample said it that Belle's man was going to tell Belle, the whole accumulation of him moving down the street toward home. Sample turned north and went uphill. The federal building stood against the overcast sky with its unfinished courthouse framing beside it, raw timber darkening in the approaching weather. Sample took the steps and went inside, and the clerk outside Pease's chambers looked up. "I need 5 minutes," Sample said. "It can't wait." The clerk looked at the closed door, and at Sample, and at the closed door again. He knocked twice, and opened it without waiting for an answer, which said he knew Sample had been admitted before, and Pease hadn't objected to the first visit, and stepped aside. Pease was at his desk with the 68 survey spread across it, a magnifying glass in his hand, a cup of cold coffee at his elbow. He looked up. "The full acquisition plan," Sample said. "I have it." Pease set down the magnifying glass. "How?" 34 properties. 14 already closed. 9 in dispute through Breen's office. The rest pending, some through resurvey, some through a different mechanism. Sample put his hands on the desk. "The different mechanism is Cord's warrant. Belle has been using the threat of a federal recovery agent in the territory as leverage against families who won't sell. He has it documented on his master map, 2 parcels flagged specifically for Cord, one of them the Creedmoor claim." Pease said nothing. "He's positioned the warrant as a tool. He can point at anyone connected to the wagon party that filed claims in November. The Creedmoor claim, the Vasquez claim." Sample looked at him. "The warrant isn't just cover for the land operation. It's an instrument of it." Pease looked at the 68 survey on his desk. At the clean boundary markers of the Creedmoor North 40 in the original documentation, sharp and clear and accurate, nothing ambiguous about them. He looked at the magnifying glass in his hand and set it down. "The commission contact," Pease said. "The name Gann referenced. I'm working on getting it. But I don't need it anymore, and neither do you." Sample straightened. "You have 3 independent sources: Tillis's records, Parvey's correspondence, and now the acquisition plan. All pointing at the same operation." "I have your account of the acquisition plan," Pease said. "Not the document itself. The document is in a hotel room on 7th Street. Sample looked at him. "Belle's man came back while my source was in the room. My source had to leave." "Your source?" "Someone I trust." Pease looked at him for a long moment. The judge's face held its arrangement. Nothing given, everything being weighed. And then he turned to the window and looked at the valley and at the overcast sky banking over it. "I can convene an inquiry," Pease said. On the basis of what I've reviewed, the 68 survey alone raises questions about Breen's resurvey request that I have an obligation to examine. He turned back from the window. I can summon Breen to appear before me tomorrow morning. If Breen appears before you, Bell knows within the hour. Yes. And Cord executes the warrant. Cord has valid federal paper. Pease looked at the desk. I cannot suspend a valid federal warrant on the basis of a land fraud inquiry. No, Sample said. But you're the senior federal judge in this territory. And Cord is executing a federal warrant inside your jurisdiction. He held Pease's eyes. If you were to express an interest in reviewing the warrant's circumstances before Cord moves, not a suspension, not an order, just a federal judge's interest in reviewing, I would be exceeding my authority. You would be exercising your authority as the senior judicial officer in this territory to ensure that federal instruments being executed within it meet the standards your court has established. Sample let that sit. Cord is a professional man. He respects the judiciary. If the senior federal judge in this territory expressed that interest to him directly, I think Cord would find it a compelling reason to give me the 2 days I need to get Clara Doss here with the original documents. Pease was quiet for a long time. The courthouse framing outside the window stood in the flat gray light, waiting for Walls. 2 days, Pease said. 2 days. Get me the woman with the documents, Pease said. And get me that commission contact's name. Yes, sir. And Sample. Pease picked up the magnifying glass and set it on the 68 survey in the position he'd been holding it before Sample came in. The boy who was in Bell's working room. Sample said nothing. Keep him out of it from here, Pease said. Whatever he is to you. Yes, sir, Sample said and meant it. He went out. In the stairwell, he stopped and looked at the wall and thought about the master map in Bell's working room, and about Bell's man, and about the timeline that had moved the moment that compact assessing man had found James in the room with the maps. Bell would know about it within the hour if he didn't already. Bell would run his own calculation. What the boy could have seen, what the boy could have remembered, what Sample would do with what the boy remembered. Bell's calculation would reach the same answer Sample's had. The timeline had collapsed. He went down the stairs and out the federal building's front door and turned south, and the first snow of the January storm began to fall. Not the rain that had been falling for weeks, but snow, coming down in the flat, purposeless way of snow that had not decided yet how serious it intended to be, small and dry, and catching the gray light and holding it for a moment before it reached the ground and became something else. Sample walked through it. He needed the courier, moving east to find Clara Doss on the mountain road, and he needed Cord before Bell reached Cord, and he needed both of those things in the next 2 hours before the snow came down hard enough to slow everything that needed to move fast. He walked faster. Chapter 8. The Reyes compound sat on a half-acre lot 3 blocks south of Main Street, behind a cedar fence that had been built by someone who intended it to last and had the skill to make it. Inside the fence, a main house of 2 stories, a smaller house to its east where the eldest Reyes son lived with his wife, a workshop running the back property line, and between all of it a yard that managed simultaneously to be a kitchen garden, a children's territory, a place where dogs lived, and the center of a family that had been in this valley for 8 years and had spread itself through the community the way deep-rooted things spread, slowly, quietly, and now so established that pulling at any piece of it meant pulling at everything connected. Sample had been inside the fence for 2 hours before Cord arrived. He'd come at first light, before the household was fully awake, and he'd told Doss what Pease had and hadn't agreed to. and he'd told him what James had found in Belle's working room. And Doss had listened to it all, sitting on the back step of the main house with a coffee cup in his hands, and had said nothing until Sample finished. Then he'd said, "How long?" "Today," Sample said. "Maybe tomorrow." Peas can't hold court. Peas expressed an interest. That buys hours, not days. Doss looked at the workshop along the back fence. Inside it, one of the Reyes men, Marco, the second son, a carpenter who worked alongside Pell on the mercantile edition, was doing something with a lathe that produced a steady turning sound. The morning had come in cold and gray, the snow from yesterday gone to a thin skim on the ground, the sky pressed low and close. "I'll stay where I am," Doss said. "When he comes, I'll be here. Don't offer yourself. You said that before. Say it back to me." Doss looked at him. "I won't offer myself." Sample sat with him on the back step and drank coffee that Lucia Reyes, Marco's wife, who ran the main house with the comprehensive authority of a woman who had absorbed 3 additional people into her household without reorganizing a single thing about how it ran, had brought out without being asked. The yard was quiet, except for the lathe and 2 of the Reyes grandchildren running a circuit between the fence and the well for reasons that had nothing to do with water. Corazon came out the back door at 7:30 with a piece of bread in one hand and stopped when she saw Sample. "Is something happening?" she said. "Not yet," Sample said. She looked at Doss. Something passed between them that Sample didn't try to read. The shorthand of 2 people who had been in proximity long enough to develop their own frequency. Corazon sat on the step above Doss and tore her bread in half and gave him the larger piece and ate her half and said nothing else, and this appeared to settle whatever she needed to settle. Pilar appeared in the doorway behind her. She looked at Sample and at Doss and at the yard with the assessment of a 10-year-old who had spent 6 months watching adults manage difficult things and had developed an accurate instinct for when the managing was about to get harder. She went back inside. 2 minutes later, Elena Vasquez came out. She had her coat on and her hair up and the look she carried when she'd already made a decision and was arriving at the place where it would be executed. She stood in the yard and looked at Sample. "Tell me," she said. He told her about the red parcel on Belle's master map. The notation. The chord notation beside her claim. He told it plainly, the way he'd learned she received things, directly without preparation. She was quiet through it. When he finished, she stood in the yard for a moment, and then she said, "My cousins. They don't know yet. They need to know before Cord gets here." She turned toward the main house. "Marco." The lathe stopped. Marco Reyes came to the workshop door, a compact man of 35 with his father's heavy brow and his mother's eyes, the dust of his work still on his forearms. He looked at Vasquez and at Sample and at Doss on the step. "Come out here," Vasquez said. He came out. She told him in Spanish, fast and complete, and Sample caught enough of it. He'd learned working Spanish on the border years ago, enough to follow and not enough to speak well, to know she was giving Marco everything, including the notation, including what it meant. Marco listened with his arms at his sides, and his face doing the thing faces do when information is reorganizing something previously settled. When she finished, he said in English, looking at Sample, "He used our family as a reason to go after Elena quietly." "Yes. Because he thought we'd pull back to protect her. That's what the notation suggests." Marco looked at the fence, at the gate in it that opened to the street. "He doesn't know us very well." "No," Sample said. "He doesn't." Marco went back to the workshop. The lathe did not start up again. Ruth came through the gate at 9 o'clock. Sample had sent James with a note at 7:30. James, who had been sitting in the Creedmoor kitchen when Sample passed on his way here, and had looked at him with the face of a boy who understood he was being excluded and was honoring it anyway. Sample had handed him the folded note and said, "Give this to your mother," and James had taken it and gone inside. Ruth came through the gate with her coat and her hat and an envelope under her arm, and she came straight to where Sample stood near the main house back door and looked at him. "Gon's letter," she said. "I need the section on the warrant," Sample said. "The part about the Peck family relationship to the Abels." "I know which part." She looked at the yard, at Vasquez standing near the workshop, at Corazon still on the step beside Doss. "He's coming today." "Yes." "And you want me here when he does." "I want the letter here," Sample said. "You come with it." Ruth looked at him for a moment, and then looked at the gate. "What do I do?" "Stand where Cord can see you. When I tell you to read, read. That's all." "That's enough," Sample said. She went and stood near the gate, not at it, in the yard's middle ground, and she waited with the envelope under her arm and her hands at her sides, and her face holding its usual arrangement, which was the arrangement of a woman who had decided something and was now occupying the decision. Cord came at 9:30. He came through the gate with his 2 men behind him. Sample had seen them tie their horses on the street through a gap in the fence boards, and he carried the warrant folder in his left hand and had his right hand free, which was a statement about how he intended to conduct this, which was the same way he conducted everything, according to the instrument, with the minimum force the instrument required. He saw Sample first, then Doss on the step, then Ruth by the gate. He registered all 3, and came to a stop in the middle of the yard and looked at Doss. Doss stood up from the step. He left his coffee cup on the step and stood with his hands at his sides and looked at Cord and said nothing. Corazon looked at Cord from the step with the 8-year-old's unfiltered appraisal. Not hostile, not frightened, just looking at him the way she looked at anything that arrived in the yard uninvited, which was to determine what it was before deciding what to do about it. "Mr. Doss," Cord said. "Cord," Doss said. Cord held the warrant folder. He did not open it. "I have a federal warrant, endorsed by the Circuit Court in St. Louis, for your arrest on charges of murder in the 2nd degree, Hocking County, Ohio. I'm authorized to take you into custody and return you for trial." "I know what you have," Doss said. "I'd like this to go without difficulty." "I'm not going to cause difficulty," Doss said. He said it with the same quality he said everything, at the register of something stated rather than performed. No anger, no fear dressed up as defiance. Just a man telling another man a fact about himself. Sample said, "Before anybody goes anywhere, there's a letter you should hear." Cord turned to him. "Ruth," Sample said. Ruth opened the envelope. She unfolded Gon's letter and found the section. Sample had marked it with a pencil line in the margin when he'd written the note to James, and she read it in the voice she used for things that needed to be understood without interpretation. She read the section on the warrant's origins. Judge Harlan M. Peck of Millfield County, Ohio, who was the nephew of Greer Abel through the Abel family's 2nd son. She read the section on the surety bond, posted by Abel Agricultural Partners, a holding company whose principals Gann had traced through 3 layers of incorporation to the Abel family's Columbus accounts. She read the section Gann had titled on the nature of the warrant's purpose, which was the section Sample had wanted Cord to hear. Gon's assessment, in a lawyer's considered and careful language, that the warrant against Calhoun Doss served not the interests of justice in a homicide case, but the financial interests of a family whose land acquisition operation in Oregon Territory depended on Doss remaining a contained threat that could be deployed against anyone who came too close to exposing it. She read it through, to the end of the section. Then she folded the letter and held it. The yard was quiet. Marco had come to the workshop doorway. Vasquez stood near it. Corazon had not moved from the step. Cord stood in the middle of the yard with the warrant folder in his hand. He was looking at the ground between his feet. Not thinking. Sample had seen men thinking with their eyes down, and this was different. This was a man receiving something he'd been in the proximity of for 5 months and had not allowed to arrive fully, and now it had arrived and he was letting it. When he looked up, he looked at Doss. Doss had not moved. He stood with his hands at his sides, and his face giving Cord the same thing it gave everyone. Nothing performed, nothing withheld, just a man standing in a yard waiting for the world to do what it was going to do. "The surveyor," Cord said. "Parvey," Sample said. "Bell and Associates." Cord turned the warrant folder in his hands once. "I knew there was an operation," he said. "I knew it connected to the warrant. I didn't have the scope of it." "The scope is 34 properties," Sample said. 7 families already in dispute through Breen's land office. 2 families flagged for the warrant as leverage, the Creedmores and Mrs. Vasquez. He waited a beat. "You were the leverage." Cord's jaw tightened. "Not you personally," Sample said. "The warrant." Bell had it positioned as a threat he could extend to any family in the corridor who didn't sell. A federal recovery agent in the territory, a man under charge, the implication runs itself. He looked at Cord steadily. "He was renting your paper." Nobody in the yard said anything. "You knew Bell was Cornelius Abel," Sample said. "Not at first. But you got here, and you met him and something connected. Columbus, the family name, the land operation." He kept his voice at the same register Ruth had used. Informational, not accusatory. The delivery of things that were true. "The bond on the warrant comes from Able Agricultural Partners rather than the family directly. Arm's length. That's not an accident. That's a structure built by people who knew the warrant was going to need insulation." He paused. "You saw the structure." Cord looked at him. He'd gone very still, the stillness of a man at the end of something, not the beginning. "You're a recovery agent," Sample said. "You bring people back. You've done it for 20 years, and you've done it clean, and you've built a record on doing it clean." He kept his eyes on Cord. "You don't manufacture warrants, and you don't facilitate land fraud. That's not what you are." "No," Cord said. "It isn't. But you took a contract from people who are doing both. And you carried their warrant across 5 states while they ran the land operation behind it. And somewhere between Columbus and here, you put the 2 things together and understood what you were carrying, and you kept coming." Cord looked at the warrant folder in his hands. He looked at it for a long moment, the federal seal on its face, the endorsement stamp from the St. Louis Circuit Court, everything about it correct and official and real. "I have valid paper," he said. "You have paper that a judge issued in good faith, based on a charge filed by the dead man's family through the dead man's family's court." Sample looked at him. "Pease is summoning Breen tomorrow morning. The inquiry will be on record before the end of the week. When it is, the warrant's origins become part of that record, and a federal judge in this territory will have questions about the basis of the charge." He let that develop. Valid paper issued through a compromised process is not the same thing as a clean instrument. Cord said nothing. "The woman coming from St. Louis," Sample said. "She'll be here in 2 days if the courier found her on the road. She has the original documents, the correspondence between Greer Abel and Cornelius Abel, the survey coordinates, all of it. When those documents go to Pease, the inquiry has everything it needs." He looked at Cord directly. If Doss is in custody when that happens, Bell uses the arrest to argue the case is compromised. That Pease's inquiry is a campaign to free a murder suspect, not a legitimate fraud investigation. Cord turned the warrant folder again. If Doss is not in custody, Sample said, Bell has no argument. The inquiry stands on its own. You're asking me to sit on a valid federal warrant. I'm telling you what happens if you execute it today. Cord looked at Doss. Doss looked back. Neither of them performing anything. Two men at the end of a long road looking at each other across 5 states and 5 months, and the warrant between them and the question of what it was worth. 2 days, Sample said. Cord held the folder. 2 days, Cord. Clara Doss gets here. The documents go to Pease. The inquiry has what it needs. After that, you and I have a different conversation about the warrant. Sample kept his voice steady. Not today. Cord stood in the yard with the Reyes family watching from the workshop door, and Corazon watching from the step, and Ruth with Gon's letter in her hands, and Doss standing in front of him with his hands at his sides, and the accumulated weight of 5 months and 34 properties, and a land fraud, and a dead man's family, and the specific question of what Abel Cord was. He looked at Ruth. That letter, he said. Ruth looked at Sample. Sample nodded. Ruth held the letter out across the yard. Cord crossed to her and took it and looked at the section she'd read from, reading it himself now, his eyes moving through Gon's careful language. When he finished, he folded the letter along its crease and held it. I want a copy, he said. Ruth said, I'll have one made this afternoon. Cord held the letter a moment longer, and then held it out to her, and she took it back. He looked at his warrant folder. He looked at the yard, the fence, the gate, the street beyond it where his horses were tied. He looked at Doss one last time. Doss looked back. 2 days, Cord said. He said it to Sample, but he was still looking at Doss. Not a third. He turned and walked to the gate and went through it, and his 2 men followed him, and the gate swung on its hinge and caught before it closed fully, left open an inch, the street visible through the gap. The lathe in the workshop started up again. Corazon said from the step to Doss, Is he coming back? Yes, Doss said. What happens then? Doss sat back down on the step. He picked up his coffee cup and found it cold and held it anyway. I don't know yet, he said. Corazon looked at the gate and at the street through the gap in it and back at Doss. She appeared to be running the available information against her own standard, which was a high one. Sample will figure something out, she said. Doss looked at Sample. Sample looked at the gate. He was not confident. He had 2 days, and a woman on a mountain road with documents in a carpet bag, and a federal judge who had expressed an interest in reviewing a warrant rather than ordering anything about it, and Bell in a hotel room 2 blocks north, calculating what James had seen and what it meant for his timeline. Not confident, but moving. He took the letter from Ruth and folded it into his breast pocket. I need Pell, he said. Ruth looked at him. I need Pell to get me into Breen's office, Sample said. Tonight, before Pease summons him tomorrow morning. He looked at the gate. Breen is going to get word that Pease is coming for him. Bell will make sure of it if he hasn't already. When he does, those land office files go somewhere that isn't on the shelves. You can't enter a federal office without authorization, Ruth said. Pell has authorization, Sample said. He's been doing finish work in the federal building for 3 weeks. He has a key to the ground floor. Ruth looked at him with the eyes that were always doing 2 things. That's not the same as authorization for the land office. No, Sample said. It isn't. He went to the gate and pulled it fully open and went through into the street. Cord's horses were gone. The street ran north toward Maine and south toward the Tualatin Hills, and the snow had started again, light and indeterminate, falling through the gray air and catching on the cedar fence boards and the street mud and the brim of Sample's hat. He walked north. Chapter 9. The Federal Building at night smelled different than it did in the day. Not the ink and industry of a working office, but something older underneath. The cold stone of the foundation coming through the floorboards, the particular damp that buildings absorbed in an Oregon winter and held until spring decided otherwise. Pell had the ground floor key on a ring with 3 others, the ring belonging to his contract with the courthouse construction project, and he stood at the interior door to the land office hallway with the key in his hand and did not immediately use it. "I want to be clear about something," Pell said. "You're clear," Sample said. "I haven't agreed to anything yet." "You're here," Sample said. "With the key." Pell looked at the key. Outside, through the building's front windows, Oregon City was quiet, the snow still falling in its light, uncommitted way, the street lamps making yellow cones of it, the town at 11 at night having concluded its business and retired. One lamp burning in the hotel 2 blocks north. One lamp in the Federal Building itself. The clerk's lamp left burning at the front desk as discouragement to whatever the federal government imagined might wander in after hours. "If Pease finds out," Pell said. "Pease is going to get what we find here on his desk tomorrow morning. He won't ask how we got it." "How do you know that?" "Because he wants to find it himself, and we're saving him the trouble." Sample looked at the door. "The key, August." Pell put the key in the lock and turned it and pushed the door open and stepped back as if expecting the building to object, and when it didn't he let out a breath and went in. The land office was the second door on the left. Locked. Sample had a pick set that had been with him since his marshalling years, a small leather roll of tools that represented an argument about necessity that he'd been having with himself for a long time and had never fully resolved. He worked the lock in the dark with Pell holding a shielded lantern low, and the lock yielded after 40 seconds, and they went in. Breen's office was as ordered as Breen. Everything in its place, the shelving behind the counter holding its deed boxes and survey rolls in their dated sequence, the desk cleared at the end of each workday down to a bare surface with the lamp at the upper right corner, and the pen stand at the center and the blotter unmarked. A man who did not leave evidence of himself out overnight. "The filing cabinets," Sample said. "The locked ones." There were 2 against the east wall. Both locked. Sample worked the first one and found claim files, hundreds of them alphabetical, the organized archive of a federal land office that had been processing claims since Oregon achieved territorial status. He worked through the C's until he found the Creedmoor file. Pulled it. Inside, the original filing clean. The resurvey request Breen had initiated, signed in Breen's hand. Parvey's report on the boundary discrepancy, 3 pages, precise in its language. The ambiguity Parvey had described to Sample as manufactured rendered here in technical survey prose that made it sound like established fact. A note from Breen to Parvey, dated 3 weeks after the resurvey, 2 lines acknowledging receipt of the report, confirming that the delay process was in effect. Sample took the note. Left the rest. He worked the second cabinet. This one held something different in its bottom drawer. Not claim files but a ledger, slim, bound in brown cloth and labeled. He pulled it and held it under the lantern. Pell leaned in. The ledger ran 16 pages. On each page, dated entries in a hand that was not Breen's, more angular, looser, the hand of someone who wrote quickly and trusted the numbers to be legible without caring about the surrounding letters. Dates going back 14 months. Dollar amounts beside each date, substantial ones. and beside each amount, an account number from a Portland bank. On the last page, a different column, also dated. These entries were not amounts but initials, claim identifiers. Sample understood when he ran them against his memory of the disputed filings. Each initialed entry corresponded to a claim that had developed complications in Breen's review process. Payments? Pell said low. For each stalled claim, Sample said. Bell paid Breen per delay. Pell looked at the ledger and at Sample. That's not Breen's handwriting. No. Sample closed it. It's Bell's bookkeeper. Someone in Bell's operation kept the accounts, and Breen kept his copy here because he needed the record as much as Bell did. He tucked the ledger under his arm. If Breen ever needed to demonstrate what he was owed, or if Bell ever tried to leave him without payment, Breen had the documentation. Mutually assured, Pell said. Until now. Sample relocked the cabinet and the office door, and they went back through the hallway and out into the snow. Pell relocked the ground floor door and stood on the federal building steps with his hands in his pockets and looked at the street. Will he know it's gone? Pell said. Tomorrow morning when Pease summons him, he'll check, Sample said. But by then, it won't matter. Pell looked at the key ring. He put it in his coat pocket and looked at his hands. I'd like to know, he said, that this was worth what it was. It's the connection between Parvy's survey work and Breen's review process, Sample said. Without it, you can show a judge that both things happened. With it, you can show a judge that both things were paid for by the same account. He looked at Pell. That's the difference between a pattern and a case. Pell stood on the steps in the snow and took this in with the deliberate thoroughness of a man who needed to know that what he'd done had counted for something. Then he nodded once, the nod of a man who had looked at an account and found it sufficient, and went down the steps and home through the snow. Sample went the other direction. Clara Doss rode into Oregon City on a gray Tuesday morning with the courier beside her and a carpet bag tied behind her saddle, and the wrist of her right hand wrapped in a strip of cloth that had been wrapped recently, the edges fresh. She was 30 years old, and looked it, not young in the way that people who had not been through much looked young, but present in the way that people who had been through things and come out with their judgment intact looked present. She had her brother's dark eyes, and a way of taking in a street that suggested she was doing the same thing he did, reading it before committing to it. Sample met them at the Eastern Road. She pulled her horse up and looked at him. You're Sample, she said. Yes. You look like someone who hasn't slept. I haven't. Good. She swung down from the saddle and unwrapped the oilskin package from the carpet bag with her left hand, her right holding the bag steady against the saddle. Take these. My left hand is better for the moment. The cold got into the wrist on the pass. She handed him the oilskin. Everything Gann copied is in there. Originals. The able correspondence, the survey coordinates, the ledger pages Greer kept. Sample took it. It had the weight of a thing that had crossed 4 states inside a carpet bag under a bed in St. Louis, and then 3 mountain passes in January. And it felt solid in his hands, more solid than the copies he'd been working from. The way originals always felt more solid than copies even when the information was identical. Your brother's at the Reyes compound, Sample said. I know. The courier told me. She tied the carpet bag back to the saddle. I'll see him after. Where do you need me first? Pease. Then let's go. Pease's chambers that morning held more people than they had been designed for. Sample, Clara, Cord, and Pease himself behind the desk, with Parvy seated against the east wall, and Tillis standing near the window because there were no more chairs. The 68 survey was still on the desk, pushed to one side to make room for what Sample laid down in its place. The Parvy portfolio. The Tillis map copies. The Gann letter, with its numbered points. The Creedmoor notice and Breen's resurvey note. The brown ledger from Breen's locked cabinet. And last, from the oilskin, the Abel correspondence. The original letters between Greer Abel and Cornelius Abel, in Greer's hand and in Cornelius's hand. The survey coordinates in Greer's notes 8 months before the commission's public release. Clara set the last documents down herself. Pease looked at the desk. He looked at it the way he'd looked at the territory map on his wall the first time Sample had been here, as a man reading something that belonged to him, that had been built in his name, that was now showing him something about itself he had not previously understood. He picked up the brown ledger first. He read every page. Nobody spoke while he read. Cord stood near the door with his hat in his hands. Parvy sat against the wall, with his surveyor's hands on his knees and his eyes on the floor. Clara stood beside the desk and watched Pease read with the composure of a woman who had carried these documents across half a continent and was now delivering them to the place they needed to go, and was prepared to stand there as long as it took. Pease set the ledger down. He picked up the Abel correspondence. Read the relevant letters. Looked at the survey coordinates in Greer's notes. Looked at the commission release date that Sample had penciled in the margin of his copy of the Gann letter. 8 months. He set the correspondence down and looked at the desk surface, at the full assembly of it, the ledger, the letters, the survey maps, the resurvey report, the payment record, the pattern made explicit and documented from 4 independent directions. His right hand went flat on the desk. Not the gesture of a man asserting control. The gesture of a man making sure the desk was real. "Mr. Tillis," Pease said. Tillis straightened from the window. "Judge. The Portland bank account in this ledger. Can your office trace the account holder through the county commercial records? If the account connected to any Oregon transactions, yes. Do it today." Pease looked at Parvy. "Mr. Parvy." Parvy looked up. "You'll appear before this court formally on Thursday morning. I'll have questions. You'll answer them under oath." He paused. "Mr. Gaughan's letter suggests you've been cooperative. Cooperative witnesses in federal proceedings receive different consideration than obstructive ones. I trust you understand the distinction." "Yes, sir," Parvy said. Pease looked at Cord. "Mr. Cord." Cord stepped forward slightly. "The warrant you're carrying for Calhoun Doss. I'm issuing an emergency stay pending a federal review of the issuing judge's relationship to the deceased and to the Abel family interests." Pease picked up his pen. "The stay is not a dismissal. It is a stay. It places the warrant in contested status in the federal record of this court and suspends its execution until I determine whether the original charge was issued through a compromised judicial process." Cord said, "Understood. The stay will take 30 minutes to prepare. My clerk will have it for you before noon." Pease looked at him. "I'll also be issuing a summons for Foster Breen to appear before me at 2 o'clock this afternoon. If you happen to see Mr. Breen in the building before 2, I'd ask you not to speak to him." "I won't be in the building," Cord said. Pease looked at Sample last. "The land office inquiry opens tomorrow morning. I'll be presiding. The Creedmoor claim and the 7 other claims in dispute will be referred to an independent federal surveyor for immediate review." He picked up the pen. "The Creedmoor family will receive written confirmation this afternoon that the resurvey ordered by Mr. Breen is suspended pending the inquiry." He began to write. Sample picked up his hat. Clara was already moving toward the door. She stopped at the threshold and looked back at the desk, at the documents arranged on it, The full assembly of what she'd carried from Indiana to Ohio to Indiana to St. Louis to the Oregon passes to this room. The oilskin wrapping folded beside the correspondence, now serving no further purpose. She looked at it for a moment with an expression that Sample found difficult to characterize. Not relief, not satisfaction. Something more precise than either. The expression of a person who had assigned themselves a task and had delivered it to the place it needed to go, and was now doing the accounting of what the delivery had cost. She went out. Sample followed. Breen arrived at the Federal Building at 10 minutes past 2, with his coat buttoned to the throat and his hair in its geometric center part, and the look of a man who had been preparing a position all morning and had arrived ready to present it. He came out of Pease's chambers 40 minutes later without the position. Sample was in the downstairs hall when Breen emerged. He did not speak to him. Breen walked past without looking at him, out the front door, and stood on the Federal Building steps for a moment, and then went down them and turned south on the street, not toward the land office, not toward the Territorial Hotel, south, toward nothing Sample could identify, the walk of a man who needed to move and had no destination. He was talking. He told Pease about the Portland account, about the payment schedule, about the claim delay system and how it worked and which claims had been targeted and in what order. He told it the way Parvey had told his piece, not with enthusiasm, not with apology, with the pragmatic economy of a man who had looked at his options and chosen the one that gave him the longest runway. Tillis found Sample in the hallway. "The Portland bank account," he said. "I found the account holder in the commercial filings. The account was opened 14 months ago by a Portland incorporation called Oregon Futures." He paused. Oregon Futures was dissolved this morning. When this morning? The filing was dated yesterday. Sample looked at the front door where Breen had gone out. Bell moved the accounts before Pease could trace them. "The account is empty," Tillis said. "Closed and empty as of yesterday afternoon." "How much was in it?" Tillis looked at the floor. $43,000. Sample put his hat on. $43,000 moved out of an Oregon Futures account the day after Bell's man saw James in the working room. Bell had run his calculation about what James could have seen and what Sample would do with it, and he'd been more accurate than Sample had given him credit for. He went out. The Territorial Hotel's second-floor hallway smelled like the wood oil the cleaning staff used on the baseboards, and the lamp at the end of it burned above a door that stood open 6 inches, the door to room 8, the way a room stood open when it had been searched. 2 men from Pease's court, a marshal and a clerk, were inside when Sample arrived. The clerk was going through the wardrobe. The marshal stood near the window, looking out at the street below. The room had been left in order. Not cleaned out in haste, not stripped in panic, everything was in place. The bed made. The washstand dry. The writing desk bare, its surface wiped. The wardrobe held suits on their hangers, an extra pair of boots on the floor, a hat on the shelf. Clothes left behind. Carefully, the clothes of a man who had departed with only what was necessary and had left the rest as a statement that he could afford to. The drafting table that had been in the adjoining working room. Cord had told Sample about it. The large working space Bell had rented separately was cleared. Not a paper on it. The map cabinet bolted to the wall stood open and empty. Cord came in behind Sample and stood in the doorway and looked at the room. The marshal said, "He was checked out before 7 this morning." The desk clerk said he left on foot with a single bag. "We found a livery receipt. He'd arranged a horse 2 days ago, picked it up at 6. "Portland stage," Cord said. "Or the river," the marshal said. "There was a stern wheeler going north at 7:15. "North to Portland," Sample said. Portland to San Francisco by ship. He looked at the wardrobe, at the suits hanging in their order. He had a contingency. Of course he had a contingency, Cord said. The marshal and his clerk continued their search of what remained. Sample stood in the center of the room and looked at it. The stripped working space where Bell had kept his master map. The table where James had stood over the red parcels and memorized coordinates under pressure, all of it now bare and silent and giving nothing back. On the writing desk, under the lamp, a single item remained, a card, placed at the center of the desk surface with the deliberateness of something left rather than forgotten. Sample crossed to it. A calling card. C.N. Bell and Associates, Portland, Oregon Territory. No note. No message. Just the card, face up, centered on the desk, left there the way a chess player pushed a piece across the board, not conceding, repositioning. He left it where it was. He went back to Cord in the doorway. He'll rebuild somewhere else, Cord said. Yes, Sample said. The family has money enough. They do. Cord looked at the room, at the suits on their hangers, at the empty map cabinet on the wall. So this isn't over. Sample picked up his hat from where he'd set it on the chair beside the door. The Creedmoor claim is safe. The other 6 claims are probably safe now that Breen is talking. The warrant is stayed. He put the hat on. Over is a high standard. Cord said nothing. The calling card sat on the writing desk in the lamplight, centered and precise, and waiting for nothing. Chapter 10. Calhoun Doss was on his knees in the mud when Sample came down the cross street, turning soil with a hand fork in the methodical way he did physical work, strip by strip, the fork going in and lifting and turning, the dark Oregon earth coming up in clods that broke apart when he worked them with his fingers and fell back as something looser and more receptive than it had been. Clara sat on an overturned bucket at the garden's edge with a seed packet in her lap, and her left hand open on her knee, holding 4 or 5 seeds in her palm, examining them with the focused attention of someone who has been given a task and intends to understand it before executing it. Her right wrist rested across her knee, the hand below it relaxed, the slight angle at the joint visible where the set had gone its own way and stayed. The house behind them was a rented 2-room on Alder Street, modest, with a covered porch that Pell had improved in an afternoon 2 weeks ago by replacing the front rail and rehanging the door so it closed without the shoulder put that the original installation had required. The improvement was characteristic. Pell moved through the structures of the people he cared about and made them sounder without announcing that he was doing it. Sample stopped at the cross street's edge and watched them for a moment. Doss said something without looking up from the soil. Clara looked at the seeds in her palm and said something back. Doss moved the fork to the next strip. Clara stood and crouched at the near end of the garden bed and pressed a seed into the loosened earth with her left thumb, one at the measured interval moving along the row. A man in a suspended legal state, waiting on a federal challenge, working through a system that did not accommodate urgency, planting seeds in February that would not come up until April, on the reasonable faith that April would arrive and find him where he was. The act of it, the kneeling in the mud, the fork going in and lifting, was not resignation. It was the opposite. It was a man insisting on the next thing in the face of the thing he couldn't control, which was a kind of stubbornness that Sample recognized and did not have a better word for. He turned and walked toward the river. The Willamette ran gray-green in February, lower than it had run in December, but faster, the winter snowmelt beginning its argument with the valley. The falls upstream made their constant low resonance, and the mill ran on it, and the smell of cut fir came off the water on the downstream side, sharp and clean. Sample stood at the railing above the falls where he'd stood with Cord in January and put his hands on the iron and looked at the water below. The January inquiry had run 3 weeks and produced what it produced. 7 families got letters from Pease's court confirming their claims cleared, the manufactured complications withdrawn, the land office records corrected. The Creedmoor North 40 was theirs. The Vasquez claim, which Breen's testimony revealed had been on Bell's list but not yet touched, went through clean without ever formally entering dispute. Pease had moved on it preemptively, the one moment in the inquiry that had approached something like satisfaction. Breen had resigned and made restitution, and was living somewhere south of town with his geometric center part and his careful hands and the specific weight of a man who had done something small enough to seem manageable at the time and large enough to last the rest of his life. Pease had not prosecuted him. Prosecution requires a trial, and a trial requires time, and Pease had decided that the inquiry's record, public and permanent, was its own form of accountability. Parvey's testimony had reopened the Northern Pacific's 1872 inquiry, dormant for 2 years. Whether that produced anything formal was a question for railroad attorneys and federal courts, and timetables that had no particular interest in the Valley's schedule. Parvey was doing survey work in the county, smaller work, accurate work, the kind that didn't require selling anything. He'd aged visibly through January. Not from the inquiry, but from the relief of it, the way men aged when they set down things they'd been carrying. Gaughan's challenge to the Doss warrant was in federal court in Columbus, months away. The challenge argued that the issuing judge's material relationship to the deceased constituted a conflict of interest that voided the instrument. Whether a federal court agreed depended on things Sample couldn't see from here: the temperament of the assigned judge, the counter-arguments of the Abel family's Washington attorney, the accumulated weight of the evidence Gaughan had assembled against the charge's legitimacy. It might hold. The warrant might be resubmitted through a clean judge and arrive in Oregon territory again, different paper, same charge. Sample had thought about Cord since January with the periodic attention you gave to a problem that had not resolved, but had moved to a distance where it required less constant management. Cord had left Oregon City 2 days after the stay was issued, going east on the same road he'd come in on, with his 2 men and the stayed warrant, and whatever he intended to do with the report he'd take back to Columbus. A professional man whose professionalism had been borrowed to cover something else, who had figured that out at some point on the road between Columbus and here, who had kept coming anyway until the moment when keeping coming meant being the instrument of a land fraud, and who had then, in a Reyes family yard on a January morning, made a different calculation. Sample didn't know what Cord would do with the Abel family. He suspected Cord was asking himself the same question. Bell's calling card was in a desk drawer in Pease's courthouse office, logged as evidence. Cornelius Abel was in San Francisco, where a man with money could become someone else if the name needed replacing, which it did, and could rebuild what he'd built in Oregon in a different territory if the appetite held, which it would. The $43,000 he'd moved before he left was enough to rebuild twice and still have margin. He knew what Sample had done. He would not forget. That was the ledger as it stood. Sample took the letter from his coat pocket. He'd read it enough times that reading it again was beside the point, so he held it without opening it and looked at the water and thought about the Cascades rising east of the valley. They were clear today, the winter air sharp enough to show them in detail, the ridgeline, the snowpack, the particular blue-white of high-altitude snow in February sunlight. East of those ridges, in the mining country that started where the pines thickened and the trails went from difficult to something else entirely, a family had been waiting 2 months for someone to tell them the truth about a missing foreman. The official explanation was that he'd wandered. Men wandered in that country. The mountains took them and kept them, and the official record showed it happened regularly enough to be unremarkable. The family did not find it unremarkable. They'd written to the federal contact, who'd written to Sample, because the foreman had been the legitimate claimant's man in a disputed mining operation where the other party had been accumulating arguments for their position in ways the family could feel but not document. Sound familiar, Sample thought. He put the letter back in his pocket. Behind him, up the hill from the river, he heard James Creedmoor before he saw him, the Dun's hooves on the wet street, the particular footfall of a horse whose rider was learning to sit it correctly and was most of the way there. Sample turned. James was riding with the woman from 2 streets south of the Reyes compound, a widow named Sattler whose horse had thrown a shoe last week and who'd accepted James's offer to ride it to the farrier and back, which had required James to lead the lame horse and ride the Dun, and manage both animals through Oregon City's traffic, which was not a small thing at 16. He'd managed it. He came up the hill now on the Dun with the Sattler horse behind on a lead rope, both animals moving well, James's weight in the saddle balanced and easy, his hands quiet on the reins. He passed the railing where Sample stood without seeing him, his attention on the Sattler horse and on the street ahead, and then he did see him, and lifted a hand in the economy of gesture that Sample had taught him by example over 6 months, the raised hand that contained everything it needed to contain and nothing else. Sample raised his hand back. James rode on. The Reyes compound was visible from the river road, the cedar fence, the main house's 2nd story above it, smoke from the kitchen chimney going straight up in the still afternoon air. Through the fence boards, Sample could see motion in the yard. Corazon and Pilar, running the fence circuit they'd been running since the Willamette Valley, had replaced the wagon trail as their operating territory, the same circuit they'd run on the first morning, as though the instinct for the perimeter of a space had been established young and never updated. Elena Vasquez stood on the main house porch with her shawl and her composure, watching them run and watching the street beyond the fence with the same attention she'd applied to everything since Indiana, which was total and appeared effortless and was neither. She saw Sample at the river road and nodded. He nodded back. The afternoon was going toward 4 o'clock, the light taking its February angle, lower than January's somehow, though the days were technically longer, as if the light had decided to make a demonstration of its quality rather than its quantity before spring arrived and rendered the distinction academic. It came across the valley from the west and caught the river and the cedar fence boards and the white-painted trim of the Whitfield house up the hill, and the new window sashes in the Creedmoor house on the south Tualatin Road, where Harlan had been working the North 40 since the confirmation arrived from Pisa's court. Sample had ridden out there last week. Harlan had heard the horse and looked up from the felling he was doing at the timber line, a Douglas fir that had needed to come down to open the east section, a substantial tree, the kind of work that required the felling saw and a partner, and Harlan had done it alone, which said something about Harlan's relationship with the word alone that Sample had never heard him articulate. The tree was down, limbed, cut into sections. The sections moved to the log pile at the field edge with a horse and chain. Harlan had nodded at Sample from across the cleared ground and returned to the next felling mark. That was the conversation. It was sufficient. Ruth's kitchen had expanded to absorb whatever came through it, which in February included Pell 4 nights a week, and the courier, who had stayed in Oregon City, drawn by something he hadn't named, but that involved the Oregon statesman's regular need for fast riders to carry additions to the outlying settlements, and Clara twice a week, who had Ruth's gift for practical directness, and whose presence at the Creedmoor table had the quality of something that had always been there and simply not been noticed before. Sample ate there on Tuesdays. He'd eaten there last Tuesday, and had listened to Clara describe the Portland attorney's filing system, which she was reorganizing, with the same dry specificity she'd applied to Mrs. Faber's breakfast standards in the letter from St. Louis, and he'd understood that this was how Clara Doss processed difficulty, by caring intensely about the immediate, the correctable, the thing directly in front of her that could be made more orderly than it was. He heard Pell before he saw him. Same footfall as always. The particular way August Pell moved through the world announced itself a few seconds before Pell arrived, not loudly but consistently. The footfall of a man who moved with purpose and didn't particularly concern himself with stealth. He came down the river road from the direction of the Mercantile with sawdust on his coat, and his hands in his pockets and his hat squared on his head, and he stopped beside Sample at the railing and looked at the water. "Leaving?" Pell said. "Not yet." Pell looked at the river. But, Sample said. Pell nodded, a single slow nod, the nod of a man receiving information he'd been expecting and had made arrangements with himself to accept. They stood together for a moment without speaking, the river doing its work below, the mills doing theirs upstream, the valley going about its February business around them. "The Creedmoors would feed you through winter," Pell said, "if you stayed." "I know it. Ruth said to tell you that." "I figured Ruth said it." Pell smiled at the river. It was a small smile, the smile of a man who had known Ruth Creedmoor long enough to find her consistency more comforting than surprising. He reached into his coat pocket and came up with nothing, and patted his other pocket and found his pencil, which he turned in his fingers the way he turned things when he was thinking without having a tool to work. Behind them, up the hill, the sound of hammering reached the river road, the Mercantile Edition's framing going on, the job Pell had been on for 6 weeks and would be on for 3 more. Good work. Solid work. The kind that would be in that building when Oregon City was twice the size it was now, and twice again after that. "The man in the Cascades," Pell said. Sample looked at him. "You've been to the post office 3 times since that letter came." Pell turned the pencil. "You don't get other letters." Sample looked at the river. "You're more observant than you let on," he said. "I've been watching you for 5 months. It would be strange if I wasn't." Pell put the pencil back in his pocket. "Mining country. That's what the letter is about." Sample said nothing. "Something wrong in the mining country," Pell said. "And someone who needs the kind of help that isn't officially available." "A missing man," Sample said. 2 months. His family doesn't believe the official explanation. Do you? I haven't looked at it yet." Pell was quiet for a moment. The river ran. The hammer worked its steady beat behind them. Pell's work, the work of a man who had crossed a continent to find the thing he was supposed to be doing, and had found it in the wet and the cedar and the fir of this valley. He had the contentment of someone who had stopped looking for the right place because the right place had presented itself, and he'd recognized it, which was not a guarantee against difficulty, but was a thing that organized a man's days around something other than the search. "Stay through February," Pell said. "Clara just got here. Doss needs—" He stopped. He turned and looked at the water and found the words on the far bank or in the current or somewhere downstream. "People need to see things settle before they can let them." The river moved. Sample thought about Doss on his knees in the mud with the hand fork, the strip by strip of it, the clods breaking apart and falling back. He thought about Clara pressing seeds into the row with her left thumb, her right wrist resting as it rested, the angle in it that was the permanent record of 6 years in a house in Ohio, pressed into the earth of Oregon with the same hand, going in at the measured interval, one and then one and then one. He thought about the Cascades, what they held on their eastern faces, the mining country dropping away in its couloirs and creek drainages towards something that needed finding, a man who had gone missing in the service of a legitimate claim and had not come back, his family running out of patience with explanations that didn't account for what they knew about him. He thought about the calling card in Pisa's desk drawer. Cornelius Abel in San Francisco, where the port received ships from everywhere and sent them back out again, and where a man with $43,000 and a gift for charm could become many things before anyone in Oregon Territory organized a response. He thought about Cord somewhere east of the mountains, working out what he owed the profession and what the profession owed him, and whether those two accounts could be reconciled with what had happened in a Reyes family yard in January. The light took its February angle across the water, all that quality without quantity, the river going green-gray below in its cold and unsentimental February way. February, Sample said. Pell exhaled. It was not relief and not satisfaction. It was the sound of a man who had learned over 5 months that what was available was worth taking, and that taking it correctly meant not adding anything to it. They stood at the railing. The valley filled from the bottom up the way it filled at dusk, the shadows coming up from the river first, the low ground going blue-gray while the hills to the west still held the day's last light on their upper faces, the whole transition happening slowly enough that you could watch it if you stopped moving. A beautiful lie, that softening. The mountains didn't soften. The missing man's family didn't soften. Cornelius Abel's $43,000 was not going to soften. But the valley did it anyway, every evening, turning the air blue and the light gold, and making the hard things look like they had room around them. Sample looked at it. Pell stood beside him and looked at the same thing and said nothing further, and the hammer behind them finished its day's work and went quiet, and the mills ran their constant note on the falls, and the Reyes compound showed its lamps through the cedar fence boards as the Reyes family settled into its evening, which was a loud and complicated and generous evening every night, and had been for 8 years and would be for longer than any of them could usefully imagine. They stood at the river until the light was gone. Pell went home through the dark, his footfall announcing itself and then receding, and Sample stood at the railing alone with the river sound and the cold air coming off the water, and the letter in his coat pocket that he'd been to the post office 3 times to answer and hadn't. He took it out. He held it without opening it, and looked east where the Cascades stood in the dark above the valley's edge, white where the snow was, and black where it wasn't, the ridgeline running north and south, the passes through it, the other country on the other side. In the morning, he'd write the answer. Not tonight. Tonight the river ran, and the valley held its dark, and the people he'd brought here were in their houses and their borrowed rooms, and their rented 2 rooms with kitchen gardens going in. And that was a thing that had a claim on the present moment that Sample intended to honor for exactly as long as the moment lasted. He put the letter back. The Cascades stood in the dark to the east, holding whatever they were holding. He'd go and march. The end.